So we are here again for game number three. No, two. Well, we had game one, then we had the zero session, and then we are doing this game now. So Dan is out today, and for some reason he thought he got to pick his own Muppet. And
He's a fool.
he was a fool. Of course, he picks the coolest Muppet, the Mad Bomber guy who doesn't say anything. So, yeah, if Dan's parts ever come up, these guys are free to,
I've already
Muppet
got
him
one
up.
in mind. I just have to find.
What was the newscaster, like the Blue Eagle?
Oh, yeah, Sam the Eagle.
Sam Eagle. Yeah.
You are all idiots.
I was just thinking Miss Piggy.
Well,
Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. I was gonna say the I forget her name, the blonde hair girl that's in the band.
oh, yeah, she's the bassist.
Yes.
Yep. Like, hey, man.
She talks like this, man.
They're all, you're hippies.
That's totally Dan's character, man.
Oh my god, I'm with you. Are you with it, Dan? Yeah, man. Like I'm totally down.
Like my guy's real crazy. Like,
It's just out there, man.
So, Dan is out, but Brandon is in.
hey.
He was supposed to be in, but he got turned into a Muppet anyway. So, who remembers what happened last time? And I have to say, I absolutely love Blades in the Dark because it can be a very low prep game. And I have been going through some stuff over the past couple of weeks, and I have been very busy, and I haven't been able to prep as much as I want. So when my son was doing homework, I did my prep for this game. This is the entire game notes.
I just realized Dan also has our
Character
gang
sheet?
our gang sheets.
Oh, well,
I don't know if that's going to come up, but
it probably will, but fuck it.
also since we didn't do my catch up game, how much
Yep.
XP do I have?
Wayne, do you remember how much XP you got?
Let's take a look. 3.
Where do I put that? Because I see there's XP for a lot of spots.
So you've got choices. There's for playbook.
Yeah.
If you put XP in there, when you finish that off, you get new special abilities.
Okay.
Then on the sides, there are like insight, prowess, resolve.
Yeah. Your stats
When you
and things.
Yep. When you put it in there, when you fill up one of those, you get to add a dot in one of the skills down below that.
Okay.
So you choose where you want to focus it at.
So it kind of seems like probably early on special abilities are definitely a better choice.
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, the way the dice work, having a dot in something, having that one extra dice really increases your chances of success by a lot. But
Yeah.
the special abilities, while they don't do anything for success or failure, they add tools to your toolkit.
Right.
The example would be like if the group didn't have a whisper, there's absolutely nothing you guys could do versus Ghost unless you had a cutter who had a special ability that allowed him to punch ghosts.
Yeah, the ghost fighter.
Yeah.
Because ghosts were going to be a thing at some point, I was going to work towards that probably next anyway. So
Do you?
I think I'll do special abilities because as of right now, isn't Dan the only one that can deal with ghosts?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just put that XP. So you just put the XP wherever you want, or is it like is that a success rate thing?
Well, so I need to bring up a character sheet so I can look at it. So I am,
Yeah, I mean, you pick where out of those 4 places you want to put it.
Okay, so you could mix it around if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and I just realized I don't have dice next to me, so I'll be.
Neither
right
do
back in a
I.
second.
What the hell's wrong with you people? You don't have dice just next to your computer?
I am at a computer. I could go to random.org, but GMs do not roll dice in Blades in the Dark.
It's actually really weird because I ran a game not too long ago down here, but apparently I took my dice upstairs for some reason at some point.
So, Brandon, just so you know,
Mhm.
you see where it says insight, prowess, and resolve?
Yep.
All right. So under those are hunt, study, tinker, survey. Those are the hunt, study, and stuff. Those are actions. So there will be times when I will say, you say, well, I want to track this guy. I want to track him through the streets. I want him to follow me. And I'll be like, well, that sounds like a hunt roll to me. And then you would roll that many dice as you hunt. There will be not in a score where it would be more like, well, I want to learn something about this guy. I want to learn something. So should I roll study? It's like, well, we're not in a score right now. So what I want you to do is I want you to roll your insight. Now, insight is the vertical number of dots. See where that line is?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have like 1 point in hunt, 1 point in study, you would have 2 points in insight.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah. So it means that you can have a character who is very skilled, but isn't very knowledgeable.
Specialized.
General things. Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can have a guy who has a lot of different skills, but he's really good at sort of the broad topics too. And so that represents it.
Okay. Now, if we don't have, because I don't have anything in insight, if an insight roll comes up, I don't get to roll, or do I just roll like one?
You roll, I believe it's 2 take the lowest.
Yeah.
Okay. There is
Take the lowest.
It's what?
2 take the lowest.
Yeah.
And is this
D6s.
D6s? Okay.
Yep. So yeah, like 1 dot or 1 point is actually a lot, because if you think about it, it's like, okay, we'll go back to our hunt example. You have 2 dots in hunt. That's 2 dice. And then you can push yourself, and that adds another die. And then you can get help from somebody, and then that's another dice. So now you're up to 4 dice. So you have a 1 in 4 chance of just being able to do it. Although I'm sure someone's listening to this and is going to conclude, well, that's not how the math works. And it's like, well, and I don't actually care. So it's bad. The more dice you're throwing at a problem, the better. But it's a risk reward system. On a broad term, like you noticed, if you're not putting points into skills, you're not having the tools. But also, to get more dice, you're also like pushing yourself, and your team's pushing themselves, and that's taking stress, because you don't actually quite get injured. You take stress. So. But how we are going to do this game is that we are going to I'll have somebody do the recap, but basically you guys did a score, and then you kind of turned in the objectives to get paid, and a thing happened. In that, Dan's character, the Muppet female bassist, who
Yeah, man.
he's gonna take care of that guy. He's just totally wigging out. Basically, he had a knife in the guy that he was leading around, and he promised to remove the knife without removing the man's soul from his body or killing him. So, and he actually said that he intended to make good on that. So we're just going to say that he is otherwise occupied with actually making sure this guy doesn't die. So that's why he's off screen right now. So he won't be around. Brandon, basically these guys ran out and did a thing that you were supposed to be there for, but you weren't. But now you can come in. So why do you think that you missed the appointment? And if you're not sure, that's okay too. Because actually, hold on a second. Let one of these guys do the recap, and then see if you come up with some ideas.
Okay, I was going to say, because it would be very helpful to know is that how it all came about. When everything started, we got a call from Treacle that he had a meeting in an hour or two. So this all happened very, very quickly that we met with somebody from the Red Sashes,
Yes.
and we were basically given a job. Throughout the game, we did flashbacks to get the entire job. But our goal was to go into this bar, start such a massive bar fight that all of the Bluecoats would have to leave the precinct. And specifically, he wanted the one that was in charge. That was the
inspector.
the inspector in charge. He wanted him to show up at this place, and we had to cut off his hand and bring it back to him. So
sorry, Wayne. It was Inspector Talbot.
Yep, and our goal was to cut off Inspector Talbot's hand and bring it back. So we went to the bar. We started a bar brawl basically by talking to people, running into people, and just throwing ourselves at the problem. We made it worse by a combination of Dan threatening to turn the one guy into a ghost right there, and I picked up the piano and threw it out the window.
Nice.
When the guy actually showed up, this inspector, we had the equivalent of like smoke bombs went off, so it was all dark and smoky, and we sent in this guy that Dan had stabbed with the understanding that if you go and cut this guy's hand off and bring the hand back, then Dan will operate on you and save your life. So this guy actually went in and did the cutting while I kind of grabbed the guy's arm and pulled it over there for him to cut. And we then got the hell out of there while the fighting was going on, came back with the hand, turned it over, and he had another job ready for us right then. That's kind of where we ended it, was sitting in the restaurant with the second best biscotti, the number 2 biscotti.
Number 2 biscotti.
That's right. It's
Number two.
the number 2 biscotti.
Yep.
Right.
Number 2 biscotti in the city.
All right. So, thank you, Wayne. I tell you what, why don't you make a note, give yourself, you just have a free reroll at some point in the game. You
I'm
especially
sure I'll
will
need
need
it.
it. Yeah. So, does anyone else have any thing to add or questions before we go to Brandon?
Just that his name was Lard and he was fat like a 70s power lifter.
That's right. So, I love this character. I love the character of Lard, and he's been in 2 different campaigns I've had. No one likes him, and I can guess why. And I've had actually 1 or 2 people complain about him. I love the guy. Yeah, I love it because there's like reasons for everything about him, and but nobody ever like wants to take the time to explore it, which is fine with me because he's just there for my amusement. I love the guy. I would play him if I were playing in a game. I would play him. So anyway, any other questions? Or as Dan says, questions, comments, threats against the UN. He's been saying that for like 20 years. It's still funny.
To him.
Like so funny. You want any questions, comments, threats to the UN, man? I hope you don't have any threats.
If any threats that I have against the UN, I will only share privately with Dan offline and not in that voice.
Oh no, the voice is essential.
Are you sure, man?
It's necessary.
It's not a really good political climate right now, man. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Yeah, man. I'm sure that all of our conversations with him are being monitored anyway.
Government's such a drag.
Such a drag, man.
So,
I don't know
Brandon-
what I would have been doing then.
well, I tell you what.
Because that sounds pretty important.
Maybe that's how we start this off of where were you?
Right.
Well, I think one of the
But my
one of the
answer is
easy
going to be,
answers-
I don't know.
one of the easy answers is we only had like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh
you
yeah,
didn't get
maybe
the
it was
message.
short. Yeah, maybe it was short notice. Because
Yeah.
if it was like a hey, we got to go do this, and I wasn't around, I could see that.
Yeah, like there's a knock on the brothel door, and it's just like there's a kid there saying, "Hey, Uncle Treacle, he needs you. Here's the note," and you grab the note, and you're like, "This was 3 hours ago."
Or maybe I show up to the candy shop and there's a poorly written note for me.
To go to the other place, you showed up at the wrong.
I know I showed up like there was going to be a meeting, and because we would meet up at the candy shop, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He showed up at the place with the number 3 biscotti.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uncle Treacle's
Damn, that's
2s
cool.
and 3s. They're so loopy that it's
Yeah.
sometimes hard to see.
And you sit there, it's like, the hell is everybody? What the fuck is a biscotti?
I don't know what biscotti is. I'm just like, I don't. Okay, like, I guess I'll wait around. So that's what I did. I don't know what the fuck. Let's say Jack wrote it, and then like it's not really like put together real well. I don't know. Is Jack dumb? I don't want to say dumb, but is he like?
He's not dumb, but he's
I don't
got like
think-
big meat ham fists. You
Yeah,
know?
he doesn't have good handwriting, that's for
yeah.
sure.
So I'm reading a note from Jack, who I know it's his handwriting from years and years of knowing Jack since we were kids. I don't know what the fuck this says. This basically looks like hieroglyphics to me. Like I notice there's a 3 or a 2 or whatever. I can't make it out. I have no idea what this is. So I'm like, all right, well, maybe this is a shopping list, and I'm just going to sit here.
All right. So before we dive into it, why don't you tell us about Reggie? Why don't you introduce him to us?
Man, it's been so long since we did session 0. Feels like.
Fuck it, we're just going to play Battletech.
So what we had worked out, because we all kind of, I know you guys kind of changed some things about your characters so we could all mesh together, right? So my character,
You were at the session 0. Yeah.
yeah, I wasn't there for the first play, but we had a session 0 after that. My character is an orphan. He was an abandoned kid that grew up with his abusive aunts. Like he had 2 aunts that were really abusive and terrible, and so he doesn't really trust. He doesn't really trust a lot of people. But his friends growing up were Jack and Alexander. Jack and Reggie were like 2 peas in a pod. They get along really well because of the same, not necessarily exact same mindset, but like they just enjoy a lot of the same shit. They're both big guys that like to smash stuff for money. And Alexander was just kind of there. But he was friends because of circumstance. And then so we have a close bond. Reginald is definitely someone who he sees himself in street rat kids, so he kind of he tries to look out for them as much as he can. Uncle Treacle is someone that he looks up to because it's like the first person that he's seen as like someone besides his friends that's family, kind of like a distant parent almost. I don't know if he'd say that, but it's definitely someone he looks up to. And pretty much would do anything for his gang to make them successful and to make them safe. So
Cool. Awesome. So you're in Uncle Treacle's sweet shop. You've been kind of there for like about an hour or so. You actually would have just said F it and left, after 10 minutes.
right.
But there's this girl behind the counter who works for Uncle Treacle. You're kind of, excuse the pun, sweet on her.
What's her
maybe.
name? What's her name?
Her name is Ted.
I was really hoping it was like Candy or something super obvious.
God damn, now I can't think of any female name but Candy. So her name's fucking Candy now.
Her name's Mabel. We'll make it Mabel.
Mabel.
Maple syrup.
Yep. That's what all the dirty old men call her behind her back. It's like, oh, there goes Mabel Sarah Law, but she's slaying law. And
Pour her all over me.
yeah, and that's just like the
Spread her on my cakes.
that's just like the gross, sweaty, thirsty old men on the corner. We're just like, guys, have some goddamn self-respect. But
So does she? She's not necessarily part of the gang, right? Like this is
No.
okay. So does she know
Well-
that we? I would assume she knows we're a gang.
oh yeah, so people who are in crews and gangs, unless it's otherwise specified, it is like an open secret. You know, it's like the mafia in New
Yeah.
York, in Little
Yeah.
Italy. It's like, hey, you've got, you know, it's like you
You
know,
see
you know-
someone you know.
right, exactly. Also, people who work honest livings in this setting are very identifiable. Their jobs beat them down. You know, longshoremen look like longshoremen. Factory workers are covered in soot and work 16 hours a day. And
Suckers.
yeah, well, see, and that's just it. You guys wear, if you can afford them, nice clothes, or you know, you walk with a certain bearing, and you guys are like tough, and you don't. And this is painting with a broad brush. Obviously, the different characters are different, but there's a certain sense of entitlement and not taking any shit. You're just better. You are literally better than everyone else. Maybe you're an asshole by it, or maybe you're not, but it is what it is. So, anyway, like I said, you probably would have left. You don't even know what the hell's going on. You know that Trinkle was trying to set up some jobs and something, and he told you to kind of keep your eye out that you'll be getting a message or something. Jack sent you this note. You're like, yeah, you know, you turn it upside down, look in the back, like, what the hell? But Mabel is working, and, you know, it was kind of a slow day, and there was maybe a creeper in there who was kind of like, oh, I like your candy, and you just put your big ham hock on. It's like, why don't you leave in one piece before you leave in pieces?
Hey, make like a tree and get the fuck out of here.
Just make a tree and leave.
No, I said it right.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
That's as funny as a screen door on a battleship. It's a submarine, you moron.
Uncle Treacle, you obviously were missing Reggie through this. He would have been a great help because, you know, it was a fight. It was a bar brawl, and only half your muscle was showed up. In fact, the brain guys kind of outnumbered the muscle here, and it was definitely a detriment. You're heading back to the meat, to the sweet shop. God, we named it. What was the? Not
We're
the
the-
sweet shop.
I don't remember the sweet shop, but we're the
Coffee.
Jawbreakers.
Yeah, you guys are the Jawbreakers.
Yeah.
The coffee shop
Oh,
name,
the Black House Coffee.
Black House Coffee. You guys are heading back to Black House Coffee, and you are kind of getting the. You're kind of putting some things together on the way. So we're not saying that the hand thing happened yet. Where there's got to be more to it than this, and you're down a guy, and you know, okay, you're walking the streets of Duskwall here. You need as much muscle as you can get. Where the fuck is Reggie? So what would you do? Would you swing by the sweet shop, send a runner, or just say, you know, fuck that kid? Or
Well, how about or we maybe the sweet shop is on the way to, so we pass by, so we like walk by, and I look in the window, and there's Reggie talking to Mabel, and we just like we walk by, and then we back up.
I'm like leaning on the counter, and I've got this like dumbfounded, goofy look on my face, like, "Hey, Mabel."
from Reggie's perspective, he's having a conversation with this pretty girl, and it's so nice, and all it's a sweet shop. You walk by, and that son of a bitch skipped out to hit on your work. She should be working.
All right, I'm standing there, and I look over at
These
Jack.
three goons are pressed up against the window.
See, Jack, why don't you go in there and get our boy before he gets hurt? Because if he stays in there too much longer, Mabel's going to give him something that he probably won't be able to kick for a while.
Wow.
I'm not talking about a disease. I'm talking about if she were actually to do something, then then he would be hooked.
I'd be love struck.
She would ruin him.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. She would she would do the worst thing possible. She'd turn him into an honest man.
Oh shit! That's no.
We need his head in the game, and he ain't got much to work with. So let's.
Mabel must be something special.
I got this image of Mabel in my mind where it's just like she's like the sweetest innocent thing in Duskwall.
She's Audrey from Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh fuck!
Oh Reggie.
Thank you. Hey, Romeo, you missed out on the fun.
Oh, what are you talking
Romeo?
about?
I thought your name was Reggie.
Wow.
His name's Reggie, Jack.
I look at her and I look at her.
I've been hitting the head a few times. Sometimes I forget.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's got a good head on his shoulders.
She's like, oh, before you go, take this, and she slips you some saltwater taffy.
I pop one in my mouth. Thanks, Mabel. I give her another little wink, and I kind of I stroll out.
You kind of saunter. Hey, I want you to make a roll, though.
Okay.
I want you to make a prowess roll.
Oh, perfect. That's good for me. So what are what
actually,
are successes?
so prowess is actually finesse. Basically, it's like I want to know how well you did with Babel in the past hour.
Okay.
So, and actually, maybe prowess wouldn't do it because that's like skirmish and wreck, and you're punching her in the face. I hope.
He was pulling his taffy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to wreck it. That works. Right?
I was thinking consort.
Well, so we're not going horizontal, so we're not in a score, so we're going up and down. So, well, actually, I tell you what. Why don't you roll insight?
Okay.
This is how well you think you did.
It's roll to best of, or
so
the
you don't
worst
have it,
of.
you should.
I don't have any. Insight.
Wow, you are kind of a
Cutter starts with 2 in skirmish, and then 1 in command, and then I put my other points in more prowess, and then resolve.
That makes sense. So yeah, it's 2. Drop the 2. Take the lowest.
Hey, double 60!
Wow!
I can show you. Hold on.
Holy shit!
Wow.
And he put him at a 69. Too.
Yeah, it's 60. It rolled that way, so perfect. How could that end up any more perfect?
I gotta say,
So I did real good.
you have been talking to this woman for the past. Basically, she had this skeevy old thirsty fuck just hitting on, and she's just too nice to kick him out. But she was obviously uncomfortable, and you just kind of came in like a white knight and threw the guy out on his ear, and then just enamored her somehow.
Mabel's my dream girl.
Mabel is. You think you might have an in? Uncle Treacle,
yes.
I want you to make an insight roll.
No, you're fucked. So it's take the highest.
Yeah, if you have it. Yeah.
I do.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Goddamn. I rolled 3 dice and got 665. So.
Wow, you crit too. Well, okay, so you may have a little, we'll say, personnel problem. You see him sauntering out, and you see Mabel is just literal stars are around her and around her eyes. She is watching him walk out, and he just is sigh. He thinks he's putting on the tough face, but no, he's putting on the bitch face.
He's like, oh, gee, yeah. Yeah.
I'm like blushing walking out, basically.
Yeah.
And when you get out, you kind of hear him over there. Hey, Alex, why do they call him Romeo when they're hitting on the women?
That's you, Mike. Rodor,
What?
you need to smoke more pot.
No, I'm not smoking any pot.
That's the problem. That's what we're saying.
No, what did I do? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What happened? I
Jack
was
had
looking
come.
up.
Jack had come out and say, "Hey, Alex, why
Mhm.
do they call him Romeo when they're hitting on the women?"
I mean, I don't know if we have Shakespeare in this world, but I'm going to run with it. It's from the play. Romeo, Juliet, he was interested. Basically, the two famous lovers from the play.
Who you guys calling Romeo? I'm more like Don Juan. Get out of here. Come on.
Why does your breath smell like dog shit and saltwater taffy?
I don't know. It's your taffy. Why does your taffy smell like dog shit and salt water?
It's because never mind.
All right. All right. Hey,
No.
which one of you mooks left me this goddamn note? I can't read a fucking thing on this.
It says go to the cleaned area. What? You know that part of town with all the lights that they clean the streets on?
Who let Jack write this note? Who let Jackie write this note? Somebody tell me now.
Right.
Because there's no way I was ever going to get there. Look at this.
Treacle takes the note and looks at it and says, "What language is this?"
See? I don't know.
English.
Jack, you're either a language savant or you wrote this with your butt. I crumble it up. So that's why you were late.
I was waiting on you guys. I thought you'd show up. I didn't know what the note said, so I just assumed you were going to be here. And the only thing I can make out is a 2, so 2 hours. I don't know.
So
Everyone knows the clean part of town. It's that stupid gang. They throw all their money at their people.
Yeah, I mean, what's wrong with this part of town? It's clean. As we see like a dog taking a shit on the sidewalk
Next to a guy.
next to a guy who doesn't even bother like moving it away. It's like literally next to the guy.
Well, if you're done messing with my help, we've got another score. We'll fill you in on the way.
Okay, yeah. I'm here for you. This time. Sorry.
Alex, do you need to pick up anything while we're here?
This is your guys' hideout.
Not that, I mean, well, you said we have a score. Is there anything specific that I need to be prepared for?
No.
I mean, I'm going to grab my, all right, well, I'm going to grab my, I mean, we're not like doing loadout, right?
No.
Oh, well then, yeah, no, I just will grab my walking stick, my cane, and we'll be on our way.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
Reggie,
you guys finished the score, the fight. You just you're going back to, and Treacle just is like, this can't be the end of it, sort of thing. There's
Okay,
gotta be-
gotcha.
It's kind of what he's intimating.
Hey, Reggie.
I don't know if you're.
She was
picking that-
watching you as you walked out. She
Looking
had a
out,
big
Jack.
smile on her face.
I wrap my arm around Jack and I kind of give him little play punches. Like, you think I got a chance with Mabel? She's so sweet.
Sweet on you.
Jack, you're the sweet one. Should call you the candy shop.
Like, see you try.
Dishing out all this sugar. Get out of here, Jack. Come on.
Get out of each other's butt cracks. Let's go.
It's nice in there. You should try it out. I'm just joking. Come on, let's go. All right. I'm ready.
All right, so you guys go on. Actually-
Were you guys like injured or anything, or was it pretty smooth?
I don't think anybody got injured.
That's a good question. Do you guys have your character sheets, or does?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, on the Discord, the gang character sheet that is up there is filled out.
Okay.
So I just pulled it up. It has the Jawbreakers. Your reputation is hungry, which actually I don't think was intended as a pun. Back rooms of the sweet shop. You guys are dangerous. You're dangerous, hungry bravos. So you can add +1 action rating to hunt, skirmish, or wreck.
Oh, so I did better than I thought I did.
Yeah, so that's basically on your character sheet, Brandon, pick one of those. Pick hunt, skirmish, or wreck, and just add +1 to it. Just fill in one extra dot.
And I can't go past 3 at this time, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the last one?
It is hunt, skirmish,
Or wreck. Okay.
Yep.
You know what? Because I don't have anything in insight,
Probably
I
a
should-
good idea.
probably take something there. Hey, what is hunt exactly? Is it just kind of like your survival type stuff?
No, hunt. So let me.
Yeah, in the past, we've usually used it for like shooting, for tracking, for
Well,
things
that-
like.
Okay, that makes sense.
Hunt a target, gather information about its location, and movements, attack with precision shooting from a distance.
Okay.
Also, they're very interpretive as well. So it's a matter of like, I say, like, again, we'll go to the you're trying to follow somebody thing. I would be like, okay, so you want to follow them? That sounds like a hunt roll to me. And then you make an argument that basically says, well, because maybe you have more points in study, where you say, yeah, well, you know what? I'm not like stalking him through the crowds, or I'm not going from rooftop to rooftop looking down on him. I'm like, I want to make a study of the man. I want to look at him. He's got a newspaper under his arm. He's always looking at his watch. So, and it's like a Monday morning, so he's probably on his way to work. So I don't need to follow him. I think I can just figure out where he's going. So it's like, okay,
Right.
no, that makes sense. We'll do stuff. So, like I said, it's
So as long as it works, like
In the
we'll kind of
story.
go with it. Okay.
Yeah, I went with survey for me because Jack's been the bodyguard and doing a lot of things like that. He
Mhm.
doesn't go find the trouble; he lets the trouble come to him.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. So you guys are going down to basically going to turn in the assignment. The hand. Who has the hand, by the way?
Not me.
Oh yeah. While you're walking down there, do you guys want to fill in Reggie on what happened? How do you guys tell him, or do you tell him anything?
We got this hand. Here, hold this.
Ah, gross.
It's in a bag. Here, look in this bag.
Oh, this bag's not leaking all over me. What the?
Oh,
Come on.
that's why we wanted you to hold it.
I'm holding it like off to the side. Like I'm like doing this thing.
Now the 2 fingers.
Yeah. Like, oh God.
All right, Miss Dainty.
Why does this stink? Whose
isn't-
fucking hand is this?
That was
The inspectors.
that was previously under the possession of the possession of Inspector Talbot.
The hell was he in the middle of doing when you cut this hand off? My God.
He was being body pressed, I think.
Yeah,
That goes with what Chad was doing. Yeah.
Don't you worry about it.
Okay. Yeah.
The main thing is we got to give this to Lard.
Oh. All right. You fat
I
fuck.
presume it's for soup stock.
It still has the bones in it, so
Is a hand enough to make a broth? I mean, I guess so. You could do something like that, but this thing
besides
stinks.
the hand.
Ugh.
So you guys head on down the road, so to speak, and eventually you get to the coffee shop. So we'll kind of like speed it up because we actually did all this last time. What happens is you go there, you get paid, and he takes the hand out. Everybody leaves the coffee shop and stuff. You guys have a lot of privacy here because it's what he paid for. It's why you guys are using this, or he's using this area. It's actually how they make most of their money because they certainly don't rob or kill anyone. Sorry, I'm not bitter, but he puts the hand down. He takes this glowing blue vial that is reminiscent of whale oil, the electrophasmic oil that is the sort of magical catalyst.
The supernatural whales.
Yeah, the Leviathan oil. It looks a lot like it, but it there's something weird about it. It's maybe the different hue, maybe it's glowing a bit, sort of thing. And it's a small vial, and he pours it onto the hand, and some sort of sigil appears on because it's on its back and where the palm is up on the table. A sigil appears on the palm, and the hand starts moving. And Lard says, "I knew it." And that's where we'll have the game. So I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Oh wait, wrong notes.
Well, it was nice seeing you guys.
So, Lard, he looks at you. He looks at each of you. And he looks at Treacle. He goes, "Well, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. You don't have much of a reputation, so obviously you were expendable. I did not set you out to die, and you didn't, so that's good. If you had, I could have written you off. So it wasn't a test, and I'm glad you guys made it, but now you know why we hired you. It's because nobody knew who you were and you had no connections to us. So if you failed, we could just cut you loose, and that's that. You did well. So there's a part 2 to this, if you're interested. Now, from here on out, as I said, I'm being real honest. It's a dangerous job. You're tough boys, but I can see a business arrangement happening. So don't think of this as if you fail, we're just cutting you loose. This is no suicide mission. This is more the real deal here. You think you might be interested? I mean, you don't have to commit because you don't know what the job is yet, but...
Well, it would be certainly foolish to not hear you out.
When you say real deal, so more real than cutting the hand off of an inspector?
Oh, yes.
We're gonna cut 2 hands off another inspector. I don't know where this is going. What's with the glowy stuff?
Well, I have a let's say I have a leech associate who I had some suspicions, and he mixed some stuff up for me, and I was able to confirm my suspicions. The hand is still like moving.
Chad, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
We're not on a score. Can I make an insight roll? Do I have any inclination as to what that may be?
Absolutely. You may make an insight roll.
All right. And it's the same thing I just do. I do the column, not the row.
Correct.
Right. 5 is my highest roll, sir.
Hold on just a second. How many did you roll?
I rolled 3.
Okay, so again, apologies. I am rusty on this, and I've had kind of a week. So what this is a fortune roll. We're not on a score. This is a fortune roll. So you roll the trait like you did. So you had 3, you rolled it. I'm supposed to ask you a couple of questions.
Oh, shoot, far away.
Do you think you have any major advantage here?
Well, yes, because I am also a leech, and I have 2 dots in Tinker.
Give yourself +1 die.
Cool.
All right.
Do you think you have any major drawbacks or disadvantages? And not knowing what it is not a disadvantage because that's what you're trying to find out. We already know that going.
Yeah, I don't think I have any major disadvantage to what would prevent me from figuring this thing out, like fear of undeath or a blind spot for the arcane or anything. No, I don't have anything like
Lard's
that.
not holding his pistol to your nuts under the table or anything. So.
Right, and Lard's not actively trying to prevent me from seeing what the sigil is. He didn't hide the goop, so yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, cool. So no minuses. So roll your extra die. Just
5 is still my highest.
5 is still your highest. Okay, so you get a mixed outcome, limited effect, which is normal. You know that's going to be the average there. This is not electrophasmic oil. So you know that for sure. You know
Okay.
that coming into it. This is not the shit you put in lamp oil. This is not the. It's not even the refined stuff that higher, more advanced tinkers put into some of their automatons. This is not stuff you power lamps with. Something has been done to this. As you look at it, you notice that the others see him poured on there, and then the signal appearance starts moving. What you saw was different. It moved. Not the hand. The liquid moved. He poured the liquid onto the hand, and then the liquid coalesced into the sigil, and then turned black as if it were like a tattoo on the guy's palm.
Am I drawing too big a leap in that? I mean, is it logical to draw the conclusion that whatever this concoction was animated the hand?
Yes. You
That's
believe that.
That is disturbing.
And there's a couple of things that you know, not involving this, what is happening now, because you don't know what's going on with this. But you know in general, to animate things, like if this were a mechanical device, to animate things like that has to have a soul. So that's the whole thing with ghosts and their illegal traffic of ghosts, or at least part of it, and people catching ghosts, whispers catching ghosts, and selling them. Is part of the market for that is tinkers who buy these souls and then infuse them into their like small robotic creations, so that the robotic creations are not it doesn't power them, it animates. It basically allows you to program them and tell them to do things, and then they do it. But this is not a mechanical device. This is obviously somebody's hand. You were there when it got cut off. So this is starting to go out of your wheelhouse a little bit.
Right.
But you think you've got a handle on some of the basic principles.
It's clearly
handle on it.
it's clearly ghost jism. Everyone
Yeah.
knows.
I mean,
Yeah, Jack.
There's millions of souls in that.
Jack has just been sitting there quietly, which isn't out of the ordinary. But his eyes have not left the moving hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really interested in the hand, but I see Jack just like not looking away, and I kind of like nudge him, like, "Hey, you okay?"
It's creepy.
Yeah.
the hand jumps up, grabs Jack, and starts picking his nose.
Does it actually?
No, it does not.
Oh, damn.
Actually, it's moving, but it seemed like it was really going crazy there for a minute. But now it's kind of like it seems to be slowing down a little bit. Lard is not really paying much attention to the hand anymore. He glances at it every now and again, but he says, "Okay, here's the deal. We need some people with skill to move right now. So when we're done with this discussion, if you accept the job, you boys need to go running out this door because we are on a timer." And he actually takes his pocket watch out and clicks it and looks at it and puts it away. You cut off the hand of the inspector. You did exactly what we wanted. You were able to lure the inspector out. You were able to make it look like if the hand got cut off in a fight, that no one was after it. It was just an accident, so to speak. We need the hand for a reason. We need you to take the hand to the inspector's house. The inspector, because you boys cut his hand off, is now in an infirmary. He's going to be there for a little bit. They got to patch him up. He's in a lot of pain. And so I'm told that a certain friend of mine who is a very capable physician is looking after the inspector and maybe stalling his return home, if you know what I mean. My friend, though, is not let's just say he's not in our game. So he's only going to be able to do so much. Eventually, the inspector is just going to return home because the guy can't make him suspicious. He's kind of a nervous sort, if you know what I mean. But it buys you a little bit of time. I need you to get into his house. I need you to do two things. I need you to open up a box. And I need you to free another associate of mine who, luckily for us, is in the game.
And this person's in the house?
Let's just say he's very attached to the house right now. He kind of claps his hands like this, his big meat hook like pop pop like that, and this guy comes out from the back, and you can tell this guy is in the game. He would be what you would call a slide. He's sort of like a cat burglar. One, you can tell by how he moves, how he looks, checks the corners, that sort of thing. When he moves, there's almost no sound. When Lard walked across the floor, there was creaking, not only because of his size, but because, it's a wooden floor and all the buildings are old. This guy like steps on a floorboard that is obviously out of place that doesn't move, right? This guy is a pro. You can also tell that he's a slide because he has all of his gear on, like climbing harnesses and lockpick kits and weapons and stuff like that, and like his hood and his mask and stuff. And he's a little bit torn up and sweaty a little. This guy just came off of a job, because you don't walk down the street like this.
Do you want the house to look like it got flipped, or just look like your friend escaped?
As of right now, nobody knows my associate is there. I need something out of the box. I want my associate back, and I want 0 heat. He motions over. John, why don't you fill them in on what happened? So this guy comes over and he sits down. He kind of looks at you. You don't actually. The guy is like, that, right? All you can see is his eyes through his hood, and he's got this sort of. He's got not like a whisper mask, but he's got a cloth mask over his mouth. He sits down and he's like, well. We hit the house. Inspector was at work. Not exactly guarded. Do the job to get the thing. Don't ask the questions. Sure you boys understand. My partner and I, we go in. Easy. There's nothing but a cat in that house. There's nothing. Get to the box. Box is ornate. My friend, his eyes go wide. He's like, this ain't no ordinary box. This looks like a fucking box to me. Puts his hand on the knob to turn it, and he can't take his hand off of it. There's no cuff, there's no brace, there's no trap, nothing grabbed him. I tried to pull him off. He put this 10 different kinds of oil on it. Hand ain't coming off. He takes a powder out. No, he's telling the story. He does not take a powder out. He's telling the story. He's like, my friend takes a powder out, starts rubbing the side of the box with it. I don't know how this shit works, but these symbols start appearing on the box, and he takes out this little book. He starts making notes. I'm telling him we gotta go. He's like, well, I ain't going anywhere. This is a big box, by the way. Basically, long story short is, I'm not asking too many questions about who this inspector is or what he is or what's going on here. All I know is that my friend Kellum said, this box ain't opening up by a key, and it ain't opening up by a combination, and it ain't opening up by yelling at, screaming at, kicking it, or blowing it up. It's opening up by touching it with your hand. But you got to be the right kind of hand. Got to be the inspector. Got to use his hand. We couldn't leave him there. Come find Lard, give him the bad news. Get a message about an hour later, show up here. Here we are. Here we're talking. Good luck, guys.
So where's your friend?
He's in the inspector's house attached to a box right now.
So he's still there. That's the associate that we're supposed to get.
Yep. And you got probably a good 2 hours before the inspector decides that he just wants to convalesce at home.
All right.
We should get moving.
I look at Lard and I say, do we need to bring his hand back?
You're going to need that to open the box, I think.
No.
How you're going to get Kellam's hand off, I don't know. It's out of my wheelhouse. It's out of Johnny's wheelhouse. Oh, that is right up Kellam's alley. Alex, you're getting the impression that this Kellam guy might be a tinker, but maybe a little bit of a leech, but maybe just a little bit different of a leech than you are. Maybe not so much in the tinker area, but more on the esoteric end, as it were.
On the arcane side?
Yeah. Just by the context here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we'll do it. Where's the I hold out my hand or I point at the hand and then I pointed at Reggie's bag. Like, go ahead and put it in there. And then
I'm trying to coax it in. I'm like, I'm like waving it. Like, hey, come on.
It kind of twitches when you touch it. You have a spoon. You're kind of like herding it into the bag.
Pick it up. Like, oh, God, gross.
So you want the contents of the box and you want your friend or your associate out of there with no trace, nothing leaking back to you. Got it.
Zero. No, not just leaking back to me. Zero heat.
So no one needs to know that we were even there.
Eventually, they're going to find out that something's wrong because they're going to open the goddamn box and whatever the hell's in there is going to be missing. But that will hopefully be several days from now when all the trails are blown in the wind and there's nothing to follow anyone back with. It's got to be zero heat. I'm putting 3 coin on the table. That's a lot for an unguarded house. He's like, I'm putting 3 on the table. You generate heat. You get nothing.
This is going to be a cakewalk.
Need my man back. Get contents of the box. What could possibly go wrong, guys? There's just a house cat in there.
That's right.
Don't.
All right. I look at the rest of them. Boys?
Need any help from us? You need any advance? You need any gear? Or are you good to go?
Nah, I think
I look at John and I say, I take a napkin, I slide it to him, and I say, draw it. Give us a little map of what you saw.
Can do. He actually slides a napkin back from you, reaches into his coat, and he takes out a map that he drew of the house that he used, and it has like entrances and like their basement windows, but these iron barred, little, probably like thieves code type stuff. So you don't have to write iron bar; you just write a little symbol. It's got all that shit on it. So
Right.
I do have a quick question.
Yeah.
If we got the hand for you, and this guy's already been in there, and he's really good at getting in and out of places, why isn't he taking this hand and going back in to get his friend? What else was in that house? Because I feel like something's being left out.
that's just it. We don't know. Main thing is I want my man back.
Is he still alive?
Johnny's like, last I looked, he was still alive. His nose was buried deep in that book. I said, I'll be back. He just kind of like waved me off. Well, he waved the book.
And the only thing else that was in there was a little pussycat.
Just a little house cat.
I look at Uncle Treacle like we're fucking getting set up. Like this doesn't sound right.
And I kind of give Reggie just a little bit of a wink, and
I nod, and I kind of step back.
And
Here's the thing. He points to Johnny. He's like, he's been running all night. I need him to rest. I need this guy to work with my other guy. And he's pointing at Alex. I want another expert in there to work with him. If Kellum hasn't shown up yet, that means he hasn't gotten his hand off that damn box. So he's going to need some expert help. I need Alex to go, or he doesn't say Alex. He's like, I need that guy to go in there, and I'll be perfectly honest with you. I know a lot of leeches. Just like Kellum, they're really good at their job, but they can fuck everything else up. So I need you, and he points at Treacle, to make sure that doesn't happen and that there is zero fucking heat. That was his job. And he points at John. And if there are any problems, he points at Jack and Reggie. He's like, and I need you two to make sure that everything goes smooth as glass. And that if something does happen, if that cat does turn into be a problem,
nobody will ever see the cat again.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think you came to the right guys. I give Jack a little punch in the arm or something. Don't worry, we'll get your man off this box.
You have 2 hours.
I finish my coffee and wipe my mouth with the napkin. Roll up the.
Do you do it like slowly, like
Yeah, like we got all the time in the world. Just like
right?
like slows
sugar
in.
there, stir it,
stir
slowly.
it, clink, 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 and then wipe my mouth, and then all right.
Large just sitting there like he's just amused, like, all right, okay, I understand.
And
I go over to the counter, reach over, grab a number 2 biscotti.
Do you pay for it?
No.
It's a sign-on bonus.
Yeah.
all right, and we'll walk out. And as the door closes, I look over at Alex and I say, "Do you know this leech that he was talking about? You ever met him?"
Kellum?
Yeah.
I can't say that I have heard of him, no. But it also sounds, and I suspect that, I'm correct, that his focus is a bit different than mine in that his is more lost and more esoteric or arcane arts.
He deals with the creepy mumbo jumbo like Doc does.
Well, and again, I suspect that I'm correct. The doctor deals more with the ghosts and things, and Kellum deals with sort of the in between, the laws of science that we don't really have an understanding of as of yet. You might call it magic.
Right.
All this is starting to sound a lot like Jackie's note. I don't know where we're going with this.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Creepy mumbo jumbo.
Yep.
Yeah. That was enough for me. Thanks for clearing that up, Jack.
There's a scholar whose hand is stuck to a box in the home of the inspector whose hand we removed. We have to use said hand to remove the leech's hand from.
Oh no,
the
no, I
box.
don't think anybody's confused on what we're doing here.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, I know that look on your face, though. What was that shit he put on that hand?
I don't know.
You ain't never seen nothing
You
like
seem
that.
pretty creeped out about it.
What?
I
I
mean,
just don't.
Unc, it brought a hand back to life. I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I don't. I have to concede that I don't understand what it was or how it worked.
Could it be possible that there's more stuff like this trapped box in this house?
Well, it's possible that whoever is dealing with Inspector Talbot summoned some sort of vile creature
Alex,
from the depths of
a
hell.
crossbow bolt hits a lamppost 2 inches from your head as you're walking by it.
Well, I duck
jump
for
on Alex.
cover.
I jump on Alex. I like to.
I die.
I cover him.
Yeah, I'm immediately looking for the direction that it came from.
It is kind of like the back end of it is pointed up, and the front
All
end
right,
is
fine.
kind of pointed down at an angle. It obviously came from the roof, and there is definitely a note tied to it.
Challenge accepted. I'm stepping up my game. Okay, so basically, I shit myself embarrassingly because someone sent a missive.Got it.
I hope you didn't shit yourself.
No,
'Cause I just-
no, I'm not that. I'm not. I mean, I'm not a complete. I'm not like I'm not like a wuss or anything. I just, I honestly, I just thought, okay, here we go. It's kicked off. I thought I was getting shot at.
Nothing's gonna happen to you, Alex. Don't worry. I got you.
Thanks, Reggie. I appreciate it. Well, let's grab the note and find out what's on it.
All right. You guys grab the. We could say you make rolls and stuff, and you see, whoever fired that is long gone, or they're so well hidden that it's going to be a thing to find them.
Is it special in any way? Like, would any of us be able to discern whose it could be?
No, I mean it's a crossbow bolt, so
Just regular ass,
regular.
run-of-the-mill?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like so a lot. There are there's no gunpowder. Everything is electrophasmic charges. So to fire a weapon, you're using the Leviathan whale oil. Blah blah blah.
Right.
It's very loud. It's very bright. It has very noxious sort of thing. So there is a lot of people use swords. A lot of people use knives.
Do they have gas weapons?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I believe Alex has some gas weapons, but
So, yeah, technically not a weapon, but yeah, I have a gas powered item for sure.
yep. So a lot of people use. Some people use bows because you can't You're not really supposed to walk down the street brandishing.
Right.
But everybody's armed anyway. So maybe a bow is a little too hard to walk around with. You'd need like a tinker leech to make you a collapsible one. But yeah, crossbows, absolutely. People.
Yeah. So it's probably a small handheld crossbow.
Mm-hmm. So you open it up, and the note says, "Walk away from the job. We're taking this one." Signed, the Rollers.
The Rollers. Oh, those.
You have no. Well, okay. I will. You guys have not heard of them. You don't know who they are. I will let Uncle Treacle roll to see if he's heard of them.
Rolling for the rollers? Okay.
Rolling for the Rollers.
Is that an insight check?
I'm all about this
Yeah.
being like the Warriors. This is great.
That's right. Clink, clink, clink.
I'm just envisioning they all are on roll.
Come out and play.
Can you dig it?
That's right.
Can you?
Cyrus. It wasn't us, it was them.
I love that movie. It's
6.
so good.
6. Damn. Fuck yeah.
Fuck you, Rollers. We're coming for you.
That's the rollers.
The Rollers. Well, you know that they're a crew. They're a crew of like, oh god damn it, what are they called? Not you guys. You guys are Bravos. The thieves. Were they? Shit.
Oh,
Thing isn't loading here.
I don't remember. Was it the thing that we were gonna be, like the
Yeah.
espionage guys?
No, it's not the espionage. Basically, they're thieves. Shadows, I think.
Shadows. That's it. Yeah, no, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming their turf is somewhere near ours.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're. I wouldn't say that they're just like you guys. But yeah, I mean, they're a small crew and they're trying to make a name for themselves. Would you roll a 6?
Yeah.
I don't know if these guys quite have their hand on the pulse here. You highly suspect that actually Lard probably hired two.
This asshole.
All right. So who read the note? Alexander?
Yes.
Reggie. Oh,
Reggie, I'm sorry.
I don't know if I. Well, no, because
No,
Jack
well,
took it.
whoever.
I thought.
Yeah.
I thought Jack took it off the
Well,
thing.
someone needs to decide because that person is now
I did.
poisoned. So
Yeah.
I'm poisoned. Done.
the poison just makes you poop, and you've already pooped your pants, so you just don't notice.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on, man.
All my reading is done for the day. After Jack's note, I don't want to read anything for a while.
Your eyes hurt from that.
Yeah.
All right. So then I snatch the note from Alexander's hand and I go, rollers. They're pretty small time.
You know they're called rollers because they're gamblers.
Oh, okay.
That's why they call them rollers.
Yeah. So,
They're trying to steal our job.
yeah, well,
Them rollers are taking a germs. We're gonna build a wall in Duskwall because the first wall works so well in Duskwall. We need the city after it.
all right, well, don't blow your O-ring there. I crumble up the note and drop it on the ground and I say, they're just trying to scare us. Don't worry about it. And then I
In our
look,
way,
I look back towards the Black House coffee shop, kind of like, as we're going around the corner. And then as we make that corner, I look at the boys and I say, I think maybe Lard might have double dipped.
that bastard. God
So
damn it.
they cut off his other hand? Because how are they going to get him off the box without the other hand?
Maybe they took a foot. Who says it has to be hand, really?
Or maybe they're going to wait until we're in there and they're going to jump us. So keep your eyes open.
Always.
Maybe Lard hired these guys to do your first job too, and you beat them to it. And so now they're playing catch up and need to get the hand.
Maybe they need somebody to help them get them put in their place. I crack my knuckles.
Let's look at what we know for certain. We know that there is another crew on the job, right? So we know that other crew has motivations and territory of their own. So I guess my question is, are we looking to create an enemy, or do we want to try to leverage them as allies, or at least an asset?
If they were interested in joining up or pairing up, they wouldn't have shot a warning shot.
Yeah, I say fuck them.
Yeah, we can't show him weakness.
Hell no.
So if you'll indulge me for just a moment, I don't disagree with you that we can't show weakness, but we could be practical. Maybe there's something to be worked out. I guess, gentlemen, let me be perfectly blunt. I have zero cares to give about these rollers. I don't know them and they're not mine. Are we going to treat them with mercy and decency, or is this no quarter asked and none given?
The second one.
Well, you want to try and parlay with them?
Quarter. I'm not giving him a coin.
Oh, Jack.
Jackie, don't worry. I got you covered, okay?
I cannot say for certain, but if they wanted to do us harm, I believe I would be dead.
I don't disagree with that. I'll tell you what, Alex, when we get there, they can't do anything without the hand, right?
This is
That's what
correct.
that's. I don't know about these things, so you're the expert on this.
Right.
So, you're saying they can't do anything without the hand, so they need us. We don't need them; they need us.
Lard said the job gets done with zero heat. Lard didn't say that the jawbreakers do it or that the runner or that the rollers do it. Lard said the job is done with zero heat. Let's give these spies the fucking hand and go have a drink.
You want us to outsource this job?
I do. I want us to give the people who are good at breaking into things the hand. We go back and get a drink, and we go back to Lard and we demand our fucking coin because he did not specify who did the job. He specified that the job be done and we would be paid. So let's go drink.
Doesn't that put those boys in a better favor than us, though?
Does it?
I mean, they completed a job. It makes us look like whiny bitches that didn't want to get hurt.
And with 5 coin, do we care?
3 coin.
Well, no, we have 2 from the last job.
Yeah, fair.
I just having a conversation, but you know, Reggie, I think you're right. I think that the prospect of giving them the opportunity to gain face and favor of or above us is, I think you're absolutely right. That's the right play. I just wanted to make sure we'd considered the angles.
Alex, I would never question you. You're way smarter than I am. So I'm sure what you're saying right now is probably a good option. But I can't, in good conscience, let those assholes get away with shooting bolts at my boy. And then us letting them do a job for us.
They disrespected us.
Yeah.
And
fuck those assholes.
And gentlemen, just like yourselves, I can admit when I am wrong. Please lead the way.
I take this as like Alex letting us have our fun is kind of what it is. It's not that like he agrees with us. It's almost like he's like, all right, fine.
Well, I mean, sometimes Hulk's got to smash.
So, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, so as we're walking and Jack and Reggie are like, leading the way, I look over at Alex and I say, I like where you're going with that. I really do. Mm-hmm. I think that showing that much intelligence too early tips our hand. See, there's an advantage for people to see us as a certain way. And if we start showing that we're more than that, then we don't surprise anybody. Right now, we're small time. They think that we're a blunt object. We don't necessarily have to show them that we're more than that until they make a mistake.
Excellent advice. Oh, that's why my thing's fucked up.
But there is promise if we eventually do want to make a name for ourselves as people who will work with anybody. You know, I'm not disagreeing with Reggie. I mean, the Rollers they're fucking douchebags, but
we don't want anyone thinking that we're red sashes, monkey butts either.
Right. Right. Once we've established our rep, then we can start doing the misdirection and thinking outside the box. But for right now, we need to stay in our lane.
I will be patient. Hi, gorgeous.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Hey, no, he called me gorgeous.
Come on.
I was talking to my wife.
I don't remember the wedding, but yeah, sure, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chad, but that majestic hair, he wasn't talking to you.
Now I'm sad.
Oh no!
No. And
No.
when I'm sad, I get angry.
Shit! It was it was Wayne. It was Wayne the whole time.
All right. So now we're going to begin the score. So this is the real deal. This is when you guys actually start spending stress. You guys start, you can get hurt. You start hurting other people. I'm going to just mention a meta rule here for when the score is over on what gets you heat. So after a score conflict with an opponent, the crew takes heat. Add +1 heat for a high-profile or well-connected target. I'm going to ignore that part because the guy's in the hospital. This is his house, so we're just going to say, even though he is a high-profile target, he's not the target, and he's not here. So you're not going to get heat for that.
Sure.
Add +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. I mean, it's no more or less hostile than anywhere else for you guys. So no. But here's the add +1 heat when you're at war. You're not at war. Now here's the big one for you guys. Add +2 heat if killing was involved. So you guys are going to get heat if you kill anybody, and you're going to get heat if basically there'd be like maybe a devil's bargain or something, or let's say the cops get called and show up and was like, hey, you halt. Obviously, the cops know you're there, and I'm going to issue you guys 1 heat unless you could do something to mitigate that. So that is just FYI for you guys. And he means heat when you turn in the job. So you can pay heat off, but the heat you pay off is like afterwards, right? It's like spreading rumors and payoffs and stuff. So it's too late for that. So, but yeah, that's the big one. Don't get the cops called on you, and don't kill anybody, and you guys get paid. So, now that this started, do you guys have your character sheets?
Yes.
I have mine. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Other than Brandon, what is your guys' stress levels looking like?
I'm at 3.
So we cleared stress last time, right?
Yeah, we kind of fudged some of the rules we fudged the timelines a little bit so we can go through.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because
I made a
sorry.
bad roll on my my vice, and I didn't clear much of mine, so I still have 3 stress.
Wait, isn't your vice like ladies, like at a brothel?
Yeah.
So like, did you just like pre or something? Is that
No,
you relieved a little stress, but not.
he showed up and he was there for them.
Or maybe he relieved it all the stress, but because of how it happened, it actually gave him stress.
But I had 5 stress, but I rolled a 6.
Yeah.
So I overindulged. So I guess I don't know what exactly that means in terms of my recovery.
Your stress is still all gone. We did the overindulge thing was
Oh yeah, because that's right. Because I attracted the attention of a demonic force. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
I overindulged. I remember
Forgot about that.
Yeah, I overindulged and bragged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I had to go back behind his bragging and clean up our heat.
Yeah. We're probably not going to deal with the demonic attention in this game because I forgot.
I love that.
about
I thought that's
you
what
rolled really
I
poorly.
thought that was what the damn crossbow was going to be, like a demonic bolt. Ooh.
Yeah. It has little plastic horns on the front. Like, yeah, I'm here. Okay, so that's cool. So everybody is pretty good on it. Nobody is like sitting at we're not going to go in the first roll and somebody's just going to drop on that. So that's cool. All right. So at this point, you guys tell me what your plan is. Now, that does not mean that we sit here for 5 hours and we go over every single detailed plan. This is a very general, short elevator pitch. So, like, basically the examples they give, is this an assault? We're using deception, stealth, the occult, social, transport is an option. But basically that's the thing is, how are you guys going about them? What are you guys doing? Just give me a real quick elevator pitch.
Sneaky light load.
Yeah, I think
We'll do the load here in a minute.
Yeah, I think it's we're gonna sneak in, and we're going to. I mean, how detailed do you want this? Because I've got an idea.
Broad elevator pitch.
Yeah,
that's the whole point. Is that it just
we're gonna sneak in and manipulate our way in.
Cool, perfect. That's what I need to know.
I have a quick question. I don't know if I maybe just didn't do this at character creation. As far as equipment goes, do I fill this in at character creation, or is this like a job to job thing?
This is a job to job thing. So we're going to do that. That is actually the part that we are going to do in just a moment. So we are going to do the engagement roll. Then we're going to pick our load. Not the load that Jack left on the process.
Yeah, don't pick that up.
Yeah, he
They got people. They got people for that. Leave it alone, Jack.
This is a union shop, Jack.
I'll eat all I want.
Oh.
That's not an eclair, Jack.
Jesus, I just saw it fucking what Wayne put in the fucking disinfectant. God damn. That's some demonic attention right there.
I didn't bring my laptop over, so I'm just doing this on my phone, so I don't have any of the cheap seats.
Well, can I describe what it is? Does
No.
anybody care?
No. That's
All right.
all right. So
We'll just say it's phallic. That's enough.
Anyway, we're going to do the engagement roll here. So I'm going to ask you guys some questions, and somebody track this. You have one dice, so you're one die now. Who's tracking this? All right, one die. Mike's tracking it. Is this operation particularly bold or daring? I mean, it's guarded by a house. As far as you know, it's guarded by a house cat, and you're going in the back door very quietly.
Isn't this like just to us? It's basically just like a regular break-in, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, it doesn't seem bold or daring.
No.
All right. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors?
No.
Yeah, kind of.
No. I mean,
Not that we know of.
Not that we know, but at the same time, it is because we got to get that guy off the box. We don't really know how to do it. We're just kind of guessing that it's this hand and all this other crap. We have to get him out, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. I think that makes it kind of that way, but maybe not necessarily
what you're
complex.
saying is that there's too many unknowns.
yes.
Yeah.
Is that one of the options?
We can make it an option. I do like it. So let's take one away.
Okay.
So right now, technically, we're at 0. So that means we're at 2. Take the lowest. Let's see if we can get you guys some more dice. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're the weakest? I will say yes, because the guy's not home.
Okay.
And it is his home, so yeah.
Yeah, you did this whole thing so this guy would not be home, and that there's just a house cat here.
The vulnerability is it needs to be touched by his hand, and we have his hand.
Yeah.
Every time you go out of your way to mention the house cat, it 100% tingles my spidey senses to make me think there's no fucking way that's a regular house cat. We'll see.
It's Brodor's demonic attention.
The house cat has a line item and a name on my notes.
Oh God,
That's not good.
no.
Take one. Okay, so yeah, you did the whole thing. So you have +1D. Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have particular defenses or special preparations? Basically, it's like if you're sneaking in, do they have a lot of alarms and shit? No, they have a house cat, so you're fine there. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight to the operation? They did. So you take 1 +1D. You asked for a map, and you got a map. So you have an advantage. Are there any enemies or rivals interfering with the operation? Yes! There is. So that's -1D. Are there any other elements you want to consider? Maybe it's a lower tier target, or maybe it's a higher tier target, or maybe the situation with the district. Maybe there's something, maybe there's something weird going on. Basically, this is the opportunity for you guys to come up and point anything out that would get you dice or make the story interesting or anything like that.
When you say the contacts or is that the Sly Friends or
Yeah. Or anything you guys could think of, I'm giving you plus 1D because the slide, you asked for a map and the slide gave you one.
Oh, okay.
But if you guys have any other context, if you guys have 2 hours, actually you have 1 hour and 50 minutes because you had to, do some flexing in front of Flard with your slow coffee drink.
We had to watch Uncle Treacle drink his coffee slowly.
You were all like kids. It's like you're at the restaurant and it's like it's time to go, and then your parents order coffee. And you're like,
Dad,
oh no!
come on, please, let's go.
So does anybody have anything for that?
I don't have anything that comes to mind. No.
All right, that's fine if you guys don't.
Yeah, my only thing was the unknowns and the fact that everybody has mentioned this cat. Like even the guy who snuck in mentioned the cat. Like, okay, well, why are you bringing the cat? Who gives a fuck about the cat so much? So clearly, the situation is not what it seems.
The cat is number 2 on my bulleted list, by the way.
Trap box cat,
Yeah.
then rival gang. So
It's probably actually just a normal house cat, but if one of us sits down and it sits in our lap, we're fucked because we can't.
because you can't get up.
Well, yeah, I
right?
can't move. You guys are going to go in there, and the rollers are going to be slaughtered and eviscerated, and there's this cat just licking its paw.
If you did that, I would 100% just applaud that because that would be hilarious. Like, honestly, at that point, I'd be like, Alex, I think you're right. We should just get the fuck out of here.
No, maybe we should go straight. I know this nice girl.
I'm turning these fuckers in. Hey, I bet these guys probably got killed with this box. I don't know. This fat dude told us to go save him, but he's in pieces everywhere.
Okay, so how many dice we got?
1.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, we got one.
Well, why don't you roll that fucker and see what you got?
Somebody roll that, please.
6.
Wow.
That's my man right there. That's my man.
Damn.
My man's rolled that 6. Hell yeah.
That's
All right.
my
So you're in a good position. When you start this, you are going to be in a controlled position for the action rolls. Basically, there's 3 categories for action rolls, and controlled is very, very friendly. Like, if you roll poorly and screw up, you could just say, no, I just didn't do that. And there's no real consequences.
So we get mulligans.
It's kind of like mulligans. The only problem with it is that you don't get any experience for it.
Yeah.
So you can choose to make it more dangerous to get XP. So that is that. And so now we get to the fun stuff. Where the loadout. So this was Brandon's question earlier. So there is a category on your character sheet called load, and it's not what you think. But
Oh, it's heavy.
that's not what she said. So what that means is, if you notice, there's light, normal, and heavy. There's a 3, a 5, and a 6. 3, 5, 6, yes, for everybody. Things that, and you notice you have your items, and there are 2 categories of items. The ones that are in the colored box there, those are specific to your character. Only a cutter will have those. The ones that are on the other side, where it says a blade or 2, throwing knives, a pistol, everybody has that same list. Everybody, pardon me, keep burping. Everybody has a couple of knives and access to that. Not everybody has a rage essence vial. Basically, a leech doesn't need to get roided out here. That's like a cutter thing. If it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Wayne, if it's in italics, it doesn't count towards load?
Correct.
Okay.
If it's in italics, it's free weight.
Okay. So you do not pick your items. What you do is, in the game as we're going, some guy steps in front of you. This cat comes in front of you. You're like, oh, fuck, this cat's going to kill me. I'm going to shoot it. That's when you say, okay, I'm marking a pistol. And say you did a light load. Now that is one of 3 items.
Okay, I see how it works now. Okay.
Right. And then, you use your burglary gear and some armor. And then, once you're on a light load, once you mark in 3 things, you just can't, that's what you got. You can't take it. That is what you have taken. You're not pulling it out of a magic portal or anything. It is what you have on you that we're just not going to worry about. It is, you always had this on you. You didn't have any of the other stuff. There you go. Pistols, by the way, are 1 shot. And you can reload them, but they're the old school, the ramrod. Flintlock, yeah. So you fire it at the cat and you miss. The cat's coming and charging at you. If you want to shoot it again, you have to take a second pistol to immediately fire it. Or there's also a hound has an ability that lets it reload fast. Otherwise, you have to say, Jack, throw your sweet body in front of this cat while I reload. And then you're just there whacking off while you reload the pistol. So,
Hey.
Yep. So yeah, everybody picked their load.
Is there like okay, so for like fine hand weapon,
Yeah.
you just whatever the hell you want it to be?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Within reason. I mean, you can't say, well, I have a 30-ton Leviathan in my pocket that I
Sure.
Yeah.
But like it's basically just, what would make sense.
Yeah. For a cutter, a lot of times the cutters or the different characters kind of define these undefined stuff as part of the thing. My wife in a previous game, she played a cutter named Reese, and she said her fine hand weapon was a wrench that she kept up her skirts, right? And so guy would come up to her and be like, "Hey, baby," and she'd be like, "Okay, well, I take my fine heavy weapon and cave in his fucking skull." I'm like, "You sure as fuck do."
Yeah, I was thinking like knuckle dusters or like some kind of brass knuckle type thing.
Yeah, I defined my scary weapon is.
It's a scary weapon. Yeah,
it was like no, it's you get a choice on them. There's scary weapon, there's fine heavy weapon, or fine hand weapon.
Oh yeah, I see scary. What's scary?
My scary
go ahead,
weapon is a mace, but the like the teeth on it, the spikes are Leviathan teeth.
Oh, okay. So like, if you do does that give you some kind of bonus to like people being freaked out or something?
Well, so here's what these different things mean, right?
Sure.
So if you notice that it says a blade or 2, it's just a blade. It doesn't hurt you. It hurts them, but it doesn't do anything. But you notice it says fine hand weapon, fine heavy weapon. There's other places where it uses that word fine, and fine means something. So when we have the clocks, what that means is that when you roll, you can say, well, okay, so I'm rusty here, so I might be misspeaking, but this is what we're going to go with.
Fine ones were extra impact. So instead of 1, it's 2.
Yeah,
they have potency.
Potency, yeah. So when you're filling in a clock, it does 2 pie pieces instead of 1. And then scary just means like if you're like you say, I am going to intimidate someone. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to make you roll for that. And you're like, well, can I get an extra die? Because I'm going to menace him with my scary weapon. And, I'm this Leviathan tooth, mace thing. And I'm like, fuck yeah. He is pissing his pants. You get an extra die. It's basically, it adds to the story. And when we're having the discussion about what you roll, you just use that as part of the discussion to convince me that, that this is how it's going to go.
Okay.
So, a lot of times we start the score in media res. You guys rolled so well with it, and it is such a simple concept. It isn't like a twisty, turny plan thing. We are not going to start in media res. You guys are standing across the street from the house. What do you do? So it is more dark. Brandon, if you didn't know, there's no sun. There's just a sort of faint red ember in the sky. It is always foggy and sooty and smoggy, and it is always dark. It's always nighttime. There's only two distinctions. It is either more dark or less dark, meaning morning-ish afternoon or afternoon, evening, night. It is currently more dark. This is a nice-ish part of town. I mean, we're not talking millionaires and lords and stuff, but this guy is the head of a police precinct. It's a row of townhouses. So it is a bit better than like what you guys are used to. There are cobblestone streets here. There is the occasional blue coat that kind of walks up and down the street, but we're not talking like patrols. Like in your guys' territory, there either is nobody or there's patrols looking for trouble of blue coats, right?
When I thought about the setting, it's like 1800s London.
Yeah.
Like it's,
but how did Dan describe it? He's like, it's a mix between Charles Dickens and Lovecraft.
Yeah.
That's he nailed it with that.
Yeah.
So, Chad, I want to survey the scene. We know that we have somebody out there working against us. So I'm just kind of looking around to see, is anybody watching us? Are any of them laying in wait? Is somebody about to jump us?
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and say yes. Because you just assumed that and you just happened to assume correctly, but you want specifics. So you're in a controlled situation. I'm going to say you guys are not like standing in the middle of the street with your dicks waving in the air. You're like in an alley across the street in the shadows, kind of poking through. There are street lights here. Everything is electrophasmic whale oil. It's this blue, noxious sort of sparking stuff. So Wayne, why don't you? That does sound like a survey. Why don't you roll it? You see Jack kind of go to the edge of the alleyway as you guys are kind of discussing your plans, and he's like kind of making things out, case in the area. What you got?
5.
A 5. All right, 5. You hesitate. You can withdraw and try a different approach, or else do it with a minor consequence. A minor complication. You have a reduced effect. You suffer a lesser harm, or you can kick it up to risky.
I'm thinking just a reduced effect.
Okay. Well, you look around, you're not really seeing anybody, but you look at the number, you have written down, it's like, there's the street address. You look at it, and you look at the townhouse, you look at it, you look at the townhouse, and you notice that the lights are on upstairs. So what do you guys do?
All right, my internet hiccuped.
Oh, did it?
So I missed the last bit of that. I heard you look at the number, you look at the townhouse, you look at the number, you look at the townhouse, and then your face froze.
And then the blinds open, and the cat is looking at you.
Oh my God.
So, no, I just said that the lights are on upstairs. Maybe he left them on. Maybe he didn't.
Maybe Keelan put a lamp on so that he could read whatever book he's obsessed with at the moment.
Yeah, sure. Why not? We'll go with that.
We're not going to learn anything out here.
All right, I've got the we're not under a street lamp, but close enough where I've got the map and I'm looking at it.
Sure.
And there's clearly there's
little,
like a.
You can also have like a little vial of diluted whale oil. Everybody can have this. It's just where you shake it up and it kind of glows and you can see and kind of put it away.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So
I just thought of that and thought it was cool, so I gave it all to you. It all just magically appeared in your pockets.
all right, and I look at Alex and I say, "Can this servant entrance in the back? Can you you think you can get us through that door?"
Likely. Yeah, let's go take a look.
All right. Well, it'd probably be. This isn't a very busy street, but it still would probably attract a lot of attention if 4 of us.
We all went.
So I look over at Jack and I say, "Watch his back." and then open up the
Wait.
front door, let us in.
What about the roof access?
You want to climb? You want to climb to the top?
No.
You remember that time you fell out of the tree?
Not
I'm-
going to climb.
I'm not going to climb, but
Remember that time that those boys pushed you off that second floor balcony? You remember when you broke your arm?
I had to carry him all the way to the doctor.
Still has the scar where the wrought iron fence point went right through his forearm.
I opened my petticoat in modern film fashion, and I showed my grappling gun. I'm not climbing.
That's you're literally pointing at something that helps you climb.
Alex, they have not seen this in action. They just think it's a rope. You sit up there and then you shimmy on up the rope. They do not get your genius.
This is not time for your toys.
All right, is there roof access?
I look at.
I do.
Works for me.
All right, wonderful. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go open the back door. First things first. So I'm gonna sneak across the street. Jack's gonna watch my back. I'm gonna open the back door. Gentlemen, and I'm whispering this, but obviously so the audience can hear. Once I get the back door unlocked, I'm not gonna go inside. Jack and I are going to go on the roof. We're going to access from the top. You guys can sneak in from the bottom, and we can do a pincer maneuver.
Ah, that's why you're not climbing. I'm going to climb and carry you.
Exactly.
It's a good thing that you chose Jack because Reggie would 100% not be for this. He would probably think you're going to bust your ass and get really hurt again.
All right. Do that. Make the remember that dog you had? Make the sound when it was trying to take a piss that one time and it had that stone. Make that noise.
Yeah, we definitely want to be inconspicuous. You're right. That's a good sound.
I just imagine all of you badasses, skulking around this alley, and you're making these plans, dark plans. We're going to split the phone. All right, remember that sound? And all of you are like, there's a bum there. He's like, what the fuck? I'm just trying to take a shit. Can you guys...
What? You never had a kidney stone?
Mind your own business, bum.
Yeah, bum. Yeah, make that noise. Just one of you fools, not everyone. That way we know that the door's open. So that way when we come around, we know it'll be open and you guys will be gone. Unless you want to wave at us from the roof, but while you're up there, why don't you check and see? Because it's a 2-story or a 3-story building.
Go 3.
Okay, all right, yeah. Just
All right.
let us know when it's open, so that way we can make our move.
All right. So, Chad, we will then sneak to the door, and I will use. I guess it will be. Would it be tinker tools or burglary gear to open the door?
It's either one, to be honest.
All right. Well, then I'm going to do fine tinker tools in order to quietly and stealthily pick the lock.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to say tinker, because that makes most sense.
All right. And that gives me 2 dice because I have 2 dice in tinker.
Mm-hmm.
A 6.
Nice. You're controlled. You just do it. Like fucking bug flying around here. So there's it's you guys there. Like I said, there is a blue coat. He's not this is basically a guy who has the easy job for the night. He's just walking up and down the street for a couple blocks. He's a flatfoot. This is his beat. He's probably an old guy, whatever. And you wait for him to do a rotation, and then you When he goes around the corner, you just zip across the street and you pop the door open.
All right. So then what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Who was it? You and Jack, or just you?
Yeah, Jack's with him.
Okay. So you open the door, and it's dark inside, which you were expecting because there are windows on the bottom floor, and they aren't lit up. It's just on the top floor, the third floor that it is. So the door opens up, and do you start making your animal noise, or do you go in?
No, I'm gonna.
Jesus fuck. I'm
The bum is looking at you, Uncle Treacle, like,
so we definitely heard this, right?
All right, I look over at Reggie.
everyone heard this.
Yeah, I look over at Reggie and I go, I can't believe he actually did it.
I know. What the hell was he thinking? Oh my god! Because Reggie's like almost embarrassed. Like, I hope nobody sees us because that sound is embarrassing, not because we're breaking in.
Cold, cool professionals.
You think he'd learn after all this time? Keeps falling for the same joke. God.
Every score, every time.
And then I'm going to attempt. Then once the signal has been made, I'm going to
Signal.
fire. I'm going to shoot my grappling gun, and I'm going to attempt to take me and Jack up with it. Which, but if it's by myself, I don't have to make a roll.
Right.
But with Jack, I do have to make a roll.
Yeah, especially with Jack.
So do we just hear like a of the thing shooting out?
Well, okay, so you guys have not seen this in action. Jack, he's explained it, but you know how he gets. He gets a little, yeah. So,
I'm expecting
too
he's going to
wordy.
shoot, and I'm going to climb. And
right, yeah, and you're kind of wondering like, well, where the hell is all the rope? Because it's all spindled up. It's like, well, aren't there knots in the rope? And then he takes this gun out. So,
Oh God!
God,
Fucking, that's what's gonna happen. That's what happens right
I
there.
know. Holy crap! No, the extension cord. Or I'm sorry, the extension cord of the outlet fell, and so it knocked everything over. I'll be right back.
okay. Well, unfortunately, we're going to need him to roll
Yeah.
it.
For those listening, basically his phone just took this huge tumble and rolled around. So,
So while
we're-
go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say while we're standing, so Reggie and I are just I'm like doubled over, like silently, like heaving and laughing that Alexander did this, and then the bum's giving me this weird look. So I've kind of give him like a chin up, and I have my fine bottle of whiskey with me, and I just kind of reach under and I give him a nip of it, and I'm like, that kid. He just cracks me up. He falls for it every time, hook, line, and sinker.
The bum kind of toasts it. He's like, youth wasted on the young.
you're getting better at that signal. Nice high pitch at the end.
you're getting better at that signal.
Oh, poor Alex. All right, so yeah,
Is that also a tinker roll?
that is going to be a tinker roll to fire it.
Okay.
Because so he takes out again. You're expecting to that you're going to climb this thing.
Yeah.
He takes out. He lifts it up, and then he looks at you, and then he grabs you, hooks something onto your belt, and fires the gun. So what's your roll?
So I have two dice. I have two dice for tinker, and then just for a refreshing to the rules. If I want to do extra dice, I could do a devil's bargain. Is that right?
Yes.
So
you
what
can push
is it?
yourself.
So-
you could do a devil's
So you
bargain.
could push yourself for 1d, and a push is 1 stress, Wayne, or 2.
I think
It's 2.
yeah, push is 2,
Two.
assist is 1.
Yes. So you can push yourself for 2. You can Wayne or one of these guys, if they can figure out how, can assist you, and they basically take 1 stress. But you can. It's either a push or you accept a devil's bargain.
All right, I'm going to do a push because I overindulged last time and, attracted the attention of an otherworldly creature, but I did clear my stress. So I've got a little stress room. So I'm just it's early on. I'll just do 2 stress for the push.
Okay.
All right. You're not, somebody else is going to have to roll my dice because I'm feeling like a dirty cheater.
Nice.
Yeah. So
just go with it.
Yeah.
So, like I said, he takes this gun out. You know what you're expecting, and then he grabs you and hooks something onto your belt and fires the gun. So it's not a bang, right? But it's
Right.
it's an explosion of blue electric acrid smoke. Kind of doesn't fire out the front of it like a gun, but he has these vents that kind of come out the side, and it almost singes your eyebrows when he does it because he's like holding up. You're someone calling him, and it just blasts him. You guys across the street see this whoosh blue flash kind of take up the whole street and wash it out for just like a split second.
Well, there he
And
goes.
when it clears, so it's like a flash, and you kind of blink, and when you look up, they're gone.
Oh no!
There's no rope. There's no nothing. There's no Jack. There's no Alex. They're both gone, and the door's
He
open.
didn't actually use that goddamn thing, did he?
That was awesome, Alex.
There's nothing but a cat standing in the door. Looking
Thanks,
at you.
Jack.
That was awesome. I want to do that again sometime.
You can count on that. Hell, we may do it again tonight.
Maybe we
gotta
shouldn't
wait
fuck with him
15
so much
minutes.
because between this this dog sound and him blasting shit in the fucking back of the house, there's no way the cops aren't coming.
Yeah, I'm looking in the direction of where that blue coat went, and I don't think he saw it. Let's get moving.
You did notice that the blue coat who was on patrol, he's kind of an old guy, so
He
maybe
probably
you'd
didn't
like him
hear
to
it
use a little
either.
more hearing. Yeah. But I mean, there's no like there's nobody looking through the blinds and that sort of thing. So okay, so
From the map they drew us, where is the box in the house?
basement.
Okay.
So you guys went to the fucking roof and it's in the fucking basement? God damn.
Oh, no, hold on a minute. Now, see, we've got it's the pincer thing. There were lights on the upstairs. So
It's no longer a pincer. We are closer than you are because we have to go
Yeah,
down.
pincers go up and down. This is going down and downer.
well, now
Nothing to do with Alex wanting to flex with his new gun.
We're gonna make
hold
sure
on.
that you're not attacked from behind being above.
Tag from behind. I'm glad you got the Batman because that's super fucking cool. At the same time, you can no longer call it a pincer maneuver.
No, that's fair. I also
It's like
call
a
it a
mantis.
pincer maneuver, but time will tell if it was or was not a good idea.
Right. The important thing is he pitched his idea, and Treacle went along with it.
Sure,
Yeah.
why not? Why
Oh,
not?
yeah.
Shit, do it, kid.
Oh, everybody bought, yeah. Full
I love
buy
how
it.
this was half serious when we started and we got here. We're just like, fuck it.
Well,
Let's have some fun. I know I'm all about this. This is what I think we would all be like, but
Yeah.
it's just funny how at the meeting, Treacle's real
Yeah, we're all-
serious.
we're all serious. Yeah, then we're
like, we're breaking into an empty house that's guarded by a cat. to
we're
rescue
breaking into
some
a
idiot.
Isn't it a cop's empty house?
Yes, I mean, hell, it's a cop's empty house, but there are no cops here. So
True,
yeah.
No, it's just funny.
Yeah. So you guys probably talked yourselves into it. Like, oh, what is this? This is some Mickey Mouse shit.
Oh yeah, the whole thing seems like a joke anyway.
Yep. So, okay, who is where doing what?
Well, I think Uncle Treacle and I are. Wait, are we coming in the back door?
We're coming in the back door,
Oh,
Yeah.
indeed.
and we're coming in fast.
Coming in full force, 2 big boys right through the back door.
Okay, so
And
Reggie's
we're
going
sliding
through the
in
back
up
door.
top.
Reggie's going through the back door. Alex and Jack are going through like a skylight, basically.
Yeah.
You're just popping the skylight, no big deal.
Right on.
So Reggie, you go into the darkness. Treacle, you're right behind him. you don't get through the door, you feel a sort of a swish behind you. You feel
Oh.
just a movement in the air, and you feel the tip of a knife right under your chin.
Treacle does?
Treacle. And you just hear in your ear, shh,
I fart really loud.
He did drink all that coffee.
drank a lot of coffee.
And a number 2 Viscotti.
He's got the nervous toots.
Do you really fart?
Yeah, I am 100%. 100%. I just go.
Nervous toots. Oh no. We're the worst group to break into a fucking empty house.
You couldn't rob an empty house.
So yeah, and I'm assuming because Trickle's kind of a big boy, you know. He's not large big, but he's there.
Right.
So this guy had to get kind of close up behind him to reach around and get a knife up to his throat. So
He got really close to
I really put a flapper on his leg.
Yes.
So it's like right on his leg, and I go, sorry.
You just hear in your ear, huh? And then he shoves the knife up through your skull.
All right. So then, how do I resist that again?
Okay, so there's a couple of ways to resist it. Basically, you.
It was worth it, Eric.
That's right.
My brain just had a fart.
Hey, come on.
Consequences.
Get your material, Chad.
Effect. I know, right? Not flashback. It's
Treacle went in first, right?
No, I was
you
behind
went
you.
first.
You were behind me. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's resisting is like
Resist.
you're rolling a trait,
Yeah, and then you.
and you
Resist
you
is
immediately
not on
take
it.
6. You immediately take 6 stress.
Yeah,
and then
sorry.
Roll the dice to
My cheat sheet does not actually have resisting on it. I thought I'd just be able to look that up real quick, and it is, of course, not there.
Of course not. You need it.
Yeah, I know, right? So,
Resistance roll 1d for each attribute.
what page is that?
On the cheat sheet, it's rules reference 1 at the very bottom.
Really? Oh, resistance roll right there in the big bold. Yep. All right, yeah, 1d for each attribute, and you reduce. Okay, so you pick an attribute. Basically, what you're doing, if you're doing this,
Okay.
you say, "I'm resisting it."
Yes.
First thing that happens is it doesn't happen. You basically look at me and tell me I'm wrong, and I am. He does not stab you through your brain pan and kill you. So then you take 6 stress. You don't mark it down. You just kind of
Right.
do the finger thing.
Right.
You pick an attribute, and that's the up and down one.
Okay.
And then you roll 1d for each dot you have.
Okay.
And that's how many stress you take off of that 6.
So the highest die takes that.
The highest die.
Okay.
So if you roll a 6, it wipes it out. But if you roll a 3, you get 3 stress.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now, another thing you can do if you don't want to take a chance to get stress, because you could roll a 1 and then you take 5 stress, and that's pretty bad.
Sure.
You have armor. Basically, it's in your load.
Mhm.
It's 2 slots because armor is very powerful.
Right.
So if you take a light load, that's a quarter. That's 75% of your load there. And you just say, okay, I use my armor. We will figure out how that protected you because you're obviously not wearing a motorcycle helmet.
Right.
So we'll just make it work.
Okay.
So which one do you want to do?
Which?
Do you want to use your armor or do you want to?
Oh no, I don't want to use my armor. No.
Okay. Yeah, and that's not your special armor. Or okay, so you're going to resist it.
Yes.
All right. So we'll do the roll, and then you will tell me what actually happened. So
Okay.
We're at 6.
So I have to tell you which attribute I'm using.
Yeah. How is this not happening? Basically,
Is there any way I can help him with this?
No.
No,
No.
not yet.
You can't push yourself, and you can't do that. The follow-up is where you're going to help him, probably.
All right,
Okay.
so I'm going to use.
There is one ability.
I looked at the spider. I don't think he has it.
No, I meant there's one ability I think the cutter might have, but I don't know what
Oh,
ability.
the bodyguard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But he took ghost punching.
Okay.
No, I took not to be trifled with is what I have. Yeah.
Okay. So either way, you don't have that one.
Okay, I don't have bodyguard yet.
All right.
Remember that not to be trifled with is very powerful, and people really overlook that a lot. But
I mean, as soon as I saw that I could take on like a small gang,
yeah,
by myself, I was like, well, yeah, that seems like with us only having five players when we or full team, that
Yeah.
seems pretty good.
Yeah. Remember when I said I picked up a piano and threw it out the window?
Mm-hmm.
I used not to be trifled with. That's the
Yeah.
one I took too.
Yeah, that's the other reason. But yeah, because
oh
you get
my
the
God,
superhuman.
supernatural
you
feat
have
of
not to be
strength.
trifled with.
We are not
like-
to be trifled with, Chad.
I am going to trifle the fuck out of you, and I'm
You
going
are.
to fail every time. It's
No.
gonna be great.
You are the Brute Squad.
They are. All right, so six stress.
Six
This
stress.
didn't happen.
Yes.
Are you going to get out of this with resolve? Are you going to get out of it prowess, or are you going to get out through insight?
Insight.
Yep.
All right, so I have 3 dice.
Yes.
All right. A 6, 5, and a 4.
6. Boom. You cleared it all.
All right, so
So you take no stress. It doesn't happen. You used insight to make to not have this happen. You describe. I mean, this is like a fate chip sort of thing where you define this. You can even roll back time a little bit to where this guy slipped on a banana peel if you want,
Right.
or you could say you did a kung fu move and disarmed him. So what happened?
well, I mean, without like rewriting what happened, he puts the knife to my neck, and we'll say, because it's what I have is hunt, study, or survey. So I knew he was there. And
Why you farted?
So that's
you
why.
were-
So
you
that's
were
why.
cooking up a fart. For
Yeah,
like the past 20
that's
minutes.
right. That's right. I can fart on command. So,
to make the guy sick.
yeah. Well, yeah. No. What it was to alert Reggie. Because normally, if your buddy farts, you're going to turn around and go, "Man, what? Why are you doing that?" So it was to get Reggie's attention, and it was also to throw the guy off so he backs up, just so that way I just kind of slip out of the way, so he's now facing Reggie.
Oh, I'm so glad you went with that because in my head, the whole thing I saw was like you got out of it somehow. I turn around, just clock the guy.
So okay, here's how it's going down. You have the knife, the fart. Reggie's turning around, going right now because this whole thing's been a joke to begin with.
Yeah.
You turn around and you can smell it. You turn around like, oh, come on, man!
Oh,
Have some
you
self-
dirty fucking bastard!
You mid sentence. Uncle Treacle is like Teflon,
Yeah.
right? I mean, he just fades out. Like you see a knife, there's a trickle of blood running down the blade. Uncle Treacle just ghosts out of the way, and there's this guy in gear, right? Like you don't have time. You don't know who he is, what he's doing. You know the score though. He's a player, and he almost killed your man.
Yeah. I go straight for a punch, like right. Just I'm trying to just take his head off because I don't know if we're being ambushed,
Right. So,
and I don't
yes,
want somebody else on the table playing with us if there's more people in the house.
I am starting a clock. It has 4. Yeah, it's too bright. Can't see it. It has 4 segments. It is.
Is that like the healing thing that's on the sheet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
The
It's a
same
clock.
concept, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what this clock is, we're going to do 4. Now, what this clock is, I'm going to call it local heat. Now, that does not mean heat in the same way where Lard said, oh, no heat sort of thing. This is just, are you guys the old man, the flat foot, walking around, the neighbors, no, that sort of thing. Are you guys alerting anyone to your presence?
Right.
When this clock fills up, that means somebody is screaming, a cop is blowing their whistle, somebody is, go get help. There's something, it's that. You do not want this to fill up. When this thing fills up, you guys are on like a 2-hour timer. When this fills up, you're on a 2-minute timer. All right?
We start hearing whistles being blown and stuff.
Yeah. It is go time. So clocks are not hit points. There's no clock of you knocking the fuck out of this guy. It's what the story needs. But this is a potential point of failure. You roll to hit this guy, and you roll all ones, filling the clock up. You hit him, and he goes flying into trash. I just want you to know that's like the consequences that we're dealing with, sort of thing. So you go. You're gonna just annihilate this guy. The question I do have is, are you pulling your punches, or did Reggie forget the plan and he saw his friend, not his friend, he saw his Uncle Treacle
Almost killed,
and it's just like, nope, this guy's dust.
So Reggie in his off time is an underground fighter.
Mm-hmm.
So he definitely knows how to
He knows control.
pull a punch. Yeah.
Yeah.
He
He can beat the shit out of somebody without killing them.
yeah, I 100% would. I would think that he would know exactly how much power it would take to knock a human being out without
Absolutely.
killing him.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to go for. I'm trying to knock him out.
I just wanted to know where his head was at. So cool. All right. No, that
Oh,
works.
I definitely want to hurt him.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
I'm trying to if I break
Oh, no,
his
you're
jaw
not
or
giving him
something.
a kiss on the cheek. Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you going to skirmish or rack?
Skirmish because I have 3 in that.
Yep, that's probably a good idea. Rack is probably a little bit noisy.
Yeah, because wreck isn't that literally like you're just destroying shit? Like
It's interpretive, but yeah, like what I would say is skirmish is if you want to beat this guy up.
right.
You could tell me, no, I want to use rack because it's a fight, but I want to make sure he doesn't walk again.
Right. Or
that's the
or
big
if I'm
difference.
using like improvised weapons or something, right?
Also, that's the big difference between Jack and Reggie when they fight. Reggie has done all this fighting in the underground and is actually skilled at it.
Mm-hmm.
Jack just uses his strength to just
Jag is just a
pound.
monster.
Yeah, he racks where Reggie skirmishes.
And we've both done. Actually, it makes sense for us both to not to be trifled with because we've both been bodyguards and bouncers in places. So
Yeah.
we're used to large numbers of people getting punched by us. I'm just a little bit more accurate with my punches than Jack is. Jack is just looking to fuck people up. All right. So I'm rolling. The 3 is just 3 dice, right?
Yep. Do you want to push yourself? Take
I rolled a
2 to
6, 2, and a 4. So,
Oh, well, you already rolled. So you do the push and the assist and stuff before you were to roll. So that's fine. So what did you roll?
6, a 4, and a 2.
Yep. So you take the highest one. So 6, you do it. This is kind of a you tell me system. So since you
So
rolled
as
so well-
soon as he so I hear his fart. I get a whiff of it because it's instantly in the room, like it stinks. It's fucking gnarly.
Oh, it's like herring and cabbage farts, you know.
yeah, with
that's
like
because he
a,
had carrot.
a hint of
herring fart.
onion, and it's just fucking like as soon as it hits my nostrils, it's a familiar smell that I'm not fond of. So I'm like, are you fucking serious? And I look behind me. And I see him dipping, and as soon as I see this guy, it's like perfect form punch, just wham! And I hit this guy really hard enough to where he probably falls back into the wall that's behind him.
Yeah, basically what happens is a double tap because the first tap is you just hitting him square in the face and breaking his nose, and the second tap is his head hitting the back of the wall, and actually there's a third tap of his face hitting the ground. He's still conscious. He's trying to get up and
Yeah.
So Jack and Alex, you are working this window. And you are, Alex, you are picking, it's not a lock per se, because you don't put like key locks on an outside upstairs window, but you're kind of trying to jimmy the latch on the inside.
Right.
And it's fine. You just need a few moments to you had to bend your slim and kind of stick it in there and move it. And you're in the process. You pretty much got it unlocked. You're about to look up. When you look up at Jack to tell him, hey, okay, it's open. You see Jack is there. He's facing you, and he's like looking around. Basically, he's doing his bodyguard thing. Behind Jack, there's like an alleyway, and then another row of houses. You see a shadow on the roof with a pulling back like a hand crossbow like this. It's aimed at Jack, and then you see this crossbow pointed down in the alley.
Oh no.
You hear in this moment, you're about to say something, and you hear like this wet smack smack. What do? It is in that moment. You have 2 seconds to do something.
The guy with the crossbow, I'm going to shoot him with my grapple gun.
Oh my God, yes.
Nice. Jack, Alex is there. He's bent down next to you. He turns around. Everything's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's looking good. You hear this wet smack smack. You're like, fuck, because you are familiar with that sound, and you're about to turn around when you see when you see Alex pull this gnarly looking Tinker prototype ass grapple gun that he used to fly you up, and he basically points it at you as he's kind of moving to the side, and then he fires it.
I dropped to the ceiling, and I say ceilings were on the roof, so I dropped to like the roof, give him a clear shot because I trust him, and roll for cover.
All right. There's like some gables and some like the angle of the roof, and then there's like a sort of window that's jutting out.
Right.
Yeah, you can kind of dive by, or a chimney or something like that. That you dive by. Jack is diving and rolling. Roof tiles are kind of clattering. Alex, give me a tinker roll now.
All right.
Because now normally we say, you don't have to roll when it's just you. It isn't just you. It's you and this other person, and you're using this weapon that is not quite designed for this. So,
right. No, totally understand.
Yep. Do you wish to push yourself?
I do indeed desire to push myself, which is 2 stress.
Is
but it
anybody
gives
going
me
to assist you?
I don't think so, because I mean, Jack did the right thing and hit the deck. I don't think that he could have assisted me any further than that, right?
Yeah, not
so. That'll give me 3 dice. All right, my highest is a 4.
Okay, so you guys are in a controlled position. So here are your options. You hesitate. The thing is that you bring it up, and you're not the gun guy, right? You're not the killer dude, and so this is all happening so fast, and it's not that Jack is in the way. Jack is not in the way. It's just that there's a oh shit, and then he's diving for cover, and this is a shadow across the thing. So you hesitate. In that hesitation, what do? Do you withdraw and try a different approach? They'll probably be able to fire their crossbow. Or else do you do it with a minor consequence? And the minor consequence could be a complication that occurs. That could be I fill in the clock or something else. You have a reduced effect. Basically, they fire the crossbow, but maybe it doesn't do. We'll figure that out. I don't know. You suffer a lesser harm, or you move it to a risky position, and then we'll do a re-roll for this in risky, where it's more dangerous for you.
Oh man.
And I'll
I
have you
think
guys know, I used to run this game where everybody had their own position and they tracked it. I don't do that anymore. I do global positions. One of you moves it to risky, it's risky for everyone.
okay.
But remember, you guys have to get to desperate if you want to start earning XP.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move it to risky and reroll.
Okay, so everybody has moved to risky now, so re-roll that. Now, remember, you if you want to use a die for stress, you don't get your extra one. You don't get your extra die
Okay.
for the stress.
All right. So if I want the extra die, I have to spend the stress, or I cannot.
Again.
Okay, I gotcha. All right. Well, I rolled the die, so I'm going to face the consequences and mark the stress.
Okay.
But that is a 6.
All right, 6 is you do it. What do you do?
Well, I don't. I mean, with the 6 and I do it, I don't harm the man because I was so terrified I was going to fucking kill him.
Right.
So I mean, in classic sort of.
Let me make a suggestion for you. So, this is a game of daring do, right? This is a game of swashbuckling scoundrels. This is not a game of, well, I don't want to kill him, so I shoot him and it knocks the crossbow out and it bonks him on the head. This
Oh
is a
no! I
game
want to
of-
grapple his legs.
Yeah, this is a game of grappling his legs, pulling him off the roof, swinging him down to a foot of crack in his melon.
No. You read my mind. Except I want to drag him to us. So I want to drag him basically from his feet into the chasm, smack the other building, and then kind of up.
Perfect.
And if there's something that I can rope him off, exactly right. So just leave him there.
Yeah. Okay.
So that if the police have to find anybody, well, it's not us.
Right. Yeah. He's trussed up like Spider-Man, like a Spider-Man villain. Yeah. Okay. So no, you do. You know, there's a little bit of shit, and you kind of like Jack is scrambling to get out of the way, and you just grab his shoulder, and you don't. Jack's 3 times your size, so you don't like shove him down, but you just kind of like this way, and then you push yourself up over him,
Right.
and if you were being fired at, it'd almost be like you're using him for cover. You fire the grapple at the guy who, I mean, it's a bang and a flash, right? The guy looks up, shit. Reggie, a crossbow bolt goes flying high and wide over you, but you're like, fuck. And you hear the bang, the crossbow misses, and all of a sudden this guy goes, ah! And he's like 10 feet above you, slams onto the wall, and then all of a sudden he starts going up, and he's leaving this like blood smear from his face going as he's being reeled up.
Did you just kill a guy?
No, he's
Okay.
he smashed him up. He probably lost a couple of teeth, but he's fine.
He's fine.
He's groaning and breathing.
So the bolt, when it came by my head, did it come through like a window or something? Are we inside or are we outside?
No, you guys are outside in the alleyway.
Oh, okay. I thought we had already walked in the door.
No, you walked in the door.
Okay.
Treacle was about to. He
Right.
got grabbed. You stepped out to pound the guy.
Yeah.
There was
I
a
gotcha.
guy up on the roof, another roller who was covering him, who when you pounded him, he was
Yeah.
going to kill you.
I'm just trying to get my bearings.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Jack saw him, did the thing, pulled him
So
off.
I see this guy like swing in front of my face almost. Like
Almost. I mean, it's like right above you. Yeah. And
so I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
yeah.
We gotta take that thing away from him.
It just saved your ass.
I don't know that guy.
Peeking over the ledge.
No.
No, I look up with him holding it because he's got all that weight now. I'm looking up like, what the fuck are you guys doing up there? Like, are you guys crazy? You're gonna get us caught.
Try being quieter down there.
What the? I just fucking stomp inside like fucking god.
Treacle, he goes inside.
I waft the door a little bit too.
Break up some of the because it's just hanging there. It's not going anywhere.
It's heavy.
You light a match.
Yeah.
No, fuck that. It'll burn the house down.
I'll grab the guy that he just pounded. I'll grab him and drag him into the house.
Okay.
And then we'll close the door. And as I'm dragging him, I pull his collar down, and I see he's got the two knuckle bones tattoos on his neck, and I go, ugh, fucking rollers.
It's not even a good tattoo either.
Yeah.
It's like they're rolled as ones, like snake eyes.
Right.
But the placement of the other numbers aren't even, and they're in the wrong. Like it isn't one.
Yeah.
It's like the 6 is on the side. It shouldn't be.
It's like bad prison tats.
It is. It is bad.
Oh, I
prison
see.
tats.
I was thinking like the poor white trash that I grew up with when they would get like a Bic pen
Oh, right.
and a needle and a lighter, and they,
Right.
One of the dice on one of the guys has 2 5s on one side.
These fucking idiots really gonna try and kill you? Are they that serious about this?
You feel something brush against your leg.
Who?
Oh shit! I actually jump oh my god! I'm scared of this fucking cat everybody's mentioning. Reggie thinks that there's something more to this fucking thing going on.
There is a spotted calico cat.
I'm up against the wall.
It's trying to do that, that cat sort of rub thing on your leg where it's kind of
shit!
liquid cat oozing back and forth. And
Ugh, get back.
Quit playing around with that thing.
Are you fucking kidding me? We don't know what this thing is. Everybody keeps acting
It's
like
a goddamn
big deal.
cat.
Yeah, but I don't know. Everybody's acting so mysterious about it. I don't know what to fucking do.
It's a fucking cat. You don't do anything to it. You leave it alone. It leaves you alone.
Okay.
Just don't.
I'm walking by it, I'm trying to stay away from it pretty much. I give it some of the saltwater taffy I have.
it sniffs it seems like it's sniffing the taffy for 5 solid minutes.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, here you go.
Perfect. Eventually it just kind of bats the taffy away, and then you walk away and it follows you.
Cool.
So Jack and Alex, you guys are upstairs. What are you doing?
Go into the house.
All right.
Well, the lights are on the 3rd story. Is there anyone in the 3rd story that we notice before we descend?
You guys go into the room. Somebody do me. Well, do you want to survey the scene? Do you want to gain some info?
Yeah, I want to survey it before going in.
All right.
I'm going to use my reroll.
Okay. Do you want to wait? Do you want to push yourself? Do you want to?
No.
Okay.
5.
5. All right. You guys are in risky, so you do it, but there's a consequence. You can suffer a harm, a complication. You have reduced effect. You can push it to a desperate if you want, or I can give you one of the other two.
Let's keep going with reduced effect.
Okay, reduced effect. We're gonna say that this guy really needs to clean his carpet. There's a lot of muddy footprints here.
Somebody's
Which is
been in
weird
the house.
because the house seems pretty clean otherwise.
Yeah, I whisper back. Somebody's definitely been up here with muddy footprints.
Damn it.
Janet.
They're not good at being sneaky.
Well,
Uncle Treacle and Reggie, you guys hear whispering upstairs.
Keep it down, you fools. Go ahead.
I go on in.
Okay.
I make myself the target, not
Yeah.
Alex.
Yeah. And Alex, you're used to this. It's playground rules. The big friend is walking in front.
all right.
So-
I will I will take that under advisement, and I will make sure that I use him to interpose between me and harm.
Okay. So you guys are working. Well, let me ask you this. You got Jack and Alex are going downstairs to meet up with these two. When you're going downstairs, obviously you're sneaking, you're being quiet as like people like Jack and Reggie can be, and Alex, you're not exactly a stealth guy. But you're not like bulls in china shops either. Are you guys like
prowls?
searching the house as you go down?
Yeah,
Or
I'm
are
not
you just
going straight down. I'm clearing
Okay.
the rooms to make sure nobody's in them.
Okay,
'Cause
cool.
that's my thing is I don't want someone behind us.
All right. Alex, are you sticking with Jack or
Yeah, so no, I definitely want to stick with Jack, and I looking for items of interest, things that may pertain to the arcane are certainly going to be the number one priority to look for. Number two is obviously look for people that Jack may have missed.
Okay. Jack, for right now, you're not finding anybody, so I'm not going to make you roll for that. Alex, if you're looking for anything weird, out of the ordinary, valuable, or arcane, why don't you, if you want, you can kind of lean into that and make a roll for it.
Sure, would that be a survey or a study?
You tell me. Are you gonna like kind of cast a wide net and survey stuff, or have you found one or two items of interest that you're really studying? Say, yes, this is valuable. No, this is not.
I'm going to cast a broad net and do survey.
Okay.
I'm only going to get a 3, which I believe is a failure.
Well, a 3 is if things go badly. You suffer a harm, a complication occurs, you end up in a desperate position, or you lose this opportunity. I'm going to do you a favor here. I'm going to say you lose the opportunity.
Okay.
There were things to find here, right? You found things, but when you get back to base, you're like, man, I can't wait to crack this book open. I can't wait to study this. Oh, I found a little lockbox. There's going to be valuables and jewelry in it. And it ain't shit.
Gotcha.
It's Lady Chatwilly's lover, or it's a box full of marbles, or, it's just like, look at
Even
this
though
cool
it's never been written, there's 3 copies of The Great Gatsby.
Yep. I like The Great Gatsby. That is a great American novel right there. So,
Barf.
have you read it?
Yes.
Yes.
It's great. It
Horrible novel about horrible people with no redeeming characters.
is a wonderful book. So,
It's okay.
God damn it, you guys derailed me. I'm gonna go on a Great Gatsby rant here for like an hour now. So anyway, yeah, that's what it is. Basically, you think that, like, how I was going to do it is that if you did a study and succeeded, you were going to come back with some arcane thing. If you cast a
Right.
wide net, I was going to say you come back with like a coin worth of valuables, but you now have stuffed your pockets full of loot, and the loot is bupkis.
It's junk. Gotcha.
Vendor trash.
Yeah, that's even worth something though. But okay, so downstairs, Uncle Treacle and Reggie, what are you doing?
Well, first thing I want to do is I want to gather some information from this. You said the guy that Reggie clocked isn't
Yeah, he's like moaning and spitting teeth.
Right, he's not unconscious,
he's out of
though.
it, but you can talk to him if you want.
right. Okay, then that's what I'll do. Is I'm going to gather some information from him. Basically, I want to find out how many's in his crew, where they're at, and who, if there's any other information that we can get, like who they're working for, or just whatever information they got.
So I would say I wouldn't say this is a consort because that's just not. You could try and sway him.
I have command.
or you can command him. Command him, like that's like intimidating and stuff. And
Right.
then swaying is like, okay, we're going to let you go with at least 3/4 of a ball left. So,
Yeah, I'll use command.
okay, you're going to use command. Are you going to push yourself?
No, I don't think so. I think I'll.
Is Reggie going to assist in the intimidation?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. And I tell you what, I'll give you another die if Reggie uses one of his loadout for a scary weapon or tool.
Okay.
And what is your scary weapon or tool?
It's a
It's the hammer.
it's like a it's a fist weapon with this huge scary looking dagger that comes out the bottom with spikes on the top.
So like a very badass K-bar.
Yeah.
Big trench knife. All right.
Yeah. But the blade almost looks like a big sharp tooth almost. It's not like rounded or anything, but it's it's a blade, but it's like in that shape. So it's like a fang.
Yeah. It's definitely fuck you up weapon. All right.
All right, so that gives me 4 dice.
Yep.
Okay. Then
Oh, if Reggie assisted, Reggie, you take 1 stress. All right. What'd you get?
all right, I roll. Yeah, I got a 6.
Well, you do it. So, what were you asking him?
The main thing I want to know is
You got him up against the wall. He's kind of sitting. You put him in a chair, and you're talk, motherfucker. And he's just like, I ain't telling you shit.
right, and then we get a little medieval, and then I main thing I want to know is how many's in his crew, how many are here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main thing I want to know.
He says 4, but you don't really know if he counts himself as 4, and if he knows about the one that got pulled off the roof. Maybe he probably doesn't.
So anywhere
It's either
between 5 and 4
Yeah.
and 5 people.
6 at the absolute worst, but yeah, somewhere between 4 and 5.
Okay. Yeah, this is also assuming this guy can count.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, he's probably concussed at this point.
Right.
I tell you what, you guys are rolling so many 6s. I'll give you 2 more questions you can ask him.
How long have they been here?
What you get out of him is essentially you guys beat them to the punch on the riot thing. They really couldn't get in there and do anything. So for somehow they knew a little bit more of the plan of what was going on, and they've been staking this place out, kind of waiting for you. So they've been here all night.
Okay. And is there anything dangerous or weird about the house? Since they've already scoped it.
They said, yeah, that guy in the basement is dangerous and weird.
Okay.
Again, a lot of, fuck you, I'm not talking slap. Oh,
Right.
no, the guy in the basement. All right. And then this guy is none too bright. He ain't the brains of the operation. So you're not getting... If you get any more out of him, you're going to have to spend all night walking him through this and working him over.
Right.
So you don't got time for that
No.
shit.
So, is there like a lockable like closet or something next to this door?
Oh, yeah. You
I
can
could stuff him in there.
Yeah, you can truss him up and then kind of jam the lock on a closet. So
Right. I want to be able to open it back up and get him. Yeah. So I'll just like use the outside latch and just latch it closed so
Yeah.
that way he can't get out.
there you go. You thunk the latch. At this point, Jack and Alex are coming downstairs. Jack, you didn't find anything. It's just a normal house. If there's somebody hiding up there, Did a damn good job at that. If you want, Jack, though, I will allow you to make the similar kind of roll that Alex made if you choose to look for some valuables to kind of stuff in your pocket as you go. There's risk to it, of course.
Yeah, let's go ahead and give it a try.
Okay. I'm going to say it's more of a survey. You're not going to really do the
Yeah.
study thing.
4.
Okay, you do it. There's a consequence. Okay, so here's what is going to happen. Unless you want to move. Hold on a second. Had to readjust all this shit on my head. I've got 3 things on my head. Why do I have 3? I hate gaming over the internet. Why do I have 3 things on my head? I have 3 things on my head, and I'm plugged into another thing, and this thing I'm plugged into is plugged in to a global computer network. I hate gaming over the internet. Anyway,
It's the future.
it is the future. I mean, why? No, the future is like a wireless connection to my brain. So,
It's coming.
Great Gatsby is a great American novel. God damn it!
Here we go.
Chad has never been more wrong about something.
So, Wayne, do you wish to move into a desperate position? If not, that's okay. I know what else I'm going to do. You have the option. I'm just
Right.
presenting the option.
Let's say no because rolls get really bad at that point.
Yeah, that's when you guys go into desperate. That's when you start getting XP, but that's also when you actually start getting hurt beyond stress and can die. Well, not die. Actually, it is actually impossible for me to kill your characters outside of like 1 or 2 situations. Okay, so
But they can get permanent harm at that
can
point.
get permanent harm. All right. So here's the thing. You and Jack do not, or I'm sorry, Jack and Alex do not come downstairs immediately. Jack, basically what is happening is you do it. Jack, you can give yourself 1 coin. This is not group coin. This is shit you've shoved in your pockets. Alex missed 1 or 2 valuables. It's just like he's looking for the hoity-toity stuff. You're looking for rings and jewelry and stuff. And this is just kind of loot you shoved in your pocket. You're going to hawk later. So, and that's for your personal thing. The gang doesn't get it unless you want to give it to them. So, but you guys are spending a little bit of extra time doing this. The reason why that's important is because you guys are kind of in between the 3rd and 2nd floor. You kind of make your way down to the 2nd floor. Time is kind of like happening, occurring. You, Uncle Treacle and Reggie, you guys just finish up slapping this guy around, trussing it up, locking him. As soon as Uncle Treacle goes thunk like that with the lock. Now remember, it's dark. Have you guys lit a lamp or candle or something down here in the 1st floor?
No.
And that's fine. That's actually important. It's probably a good idea you didn't, because you hear keys jingling in the front door lock.
Ah, shit.
All right. I go thunk, and we hear jingling of keys, and I look over at Reggie, and I go, get behind the door.
Fuck.
Like, so, and, so when they open the door, you're behind it,
He's behind it, yeah.
Yep.
and I'll
And I'm going to
duck,
say there's no like side window or anything. He's completely hidden.
and I'll duck under the stairs.
Okay, so you go into the Harry Potter bedroom there. These 2 upstairs, unbeknownst to you, these 2 haven't heard anything yet.
Okay.
But you don't have, it's not like, hey guys, if somebody's at the door, you gonna get that?
gotta make that sound. That's the signal, right?
Yep. So Uncle Treacle, have you completely closed the door, like, or do you have it like cracked where you can peek out? I mean, there's a risk to having it cracked.
This is actually a Harry Potter bedroom as opposed to just like a staircase that I could hide underneath where they could put like storage or something.
Yep. This is an old Victorian style home, and yeah, you're in the Harry Potter bedroom, but there's like,
Yeah,
a little boy is not in here instead.
I'm like, shh.
Shut up, kid.
That's right. Yeah.
But I can't sit down.
Oh, no.
Oh.
All right.
That's
You should've
a
killed
board
me
right there. If we had the board,
That's right.
one-
Where's the
that's one
whiteboard?
for the board?
Where's the
Yeah.
whiteboard?
That is one for the board.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's the problem. That's another problem with gaming on the internet.
We should make a Google Doc of shit he's not supposed
That's
to
right.
say.
The virtual whiteboard. Yes.
Yeah. Oh man, we could put it on Patreon. There could be a Patreon backer level for people to add, and then a really high one for people to take stuff off.
That's
Oh,
right.
Subtract.
What's the monthly expunge of
Something like the
broderisms?
$100 a month level. I mean, that's
That's right.
that's dangerous, right
That's
there.
right.
Danger.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So, I just have the door to this under the stairs little storage area. I've got it cracked just so I can see the front door.
Okay. And Reggie, you can barely kind of see if you kind of shove your big meat head, you know, where the door frame is, barely. So the door opens and there's a group of 5 people there. They're grousing and bitching and close the door. It's 5 blue coats.
Ooh.
They walk in. They're kind of like brushing the rain off of their blue overcoats, and they're not like tromping in. Like you guys, as soon as you saw blue coats, you're like, oh fuck, it's fight or die time. They're not charging in with their weapons out. They're coming in. One of them's holding a lantern. And they're kind of, oh god, at least we weren't in that. Pardon me. At least we weren't in that big fight and stuff like, blah blah. Why do we? What is this shit duty? And shut up. He's a nice guy. Why not? And then you hear it in the middle of this bitching. Why do we have to feed his fucking cat?
No. Fucking cat.
And they're like, you know, somebody's got to do it. And then they start kind of spreading out. You hear one of them say, Alex and Jack, you hear this now. You hear somebody say, hey, the liquor cabinet. He won't miss much. It's like, that's your ass. Somebody says, I'm making a sandwich.
Freeze and don't make any moves that would make sound.
Fucking cat.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to fill one in on the heat meter just because of the situation. You guys are in a risky situation.
I really wish we would have saw that the cat had no food and just fed the cat.
They would have still come. They didn't know.
Well, right, but then they probably would have saw that it had food and been like, it's already got fucking food and got the fuck out.
Then you hear, who left the front door open? The cat will get out. Jonesy, close the door.
And right at that time, I'm going to do
You
a fart.
fart?
I want to. No,
Harry Potter's like, no, my nose, sir. It's not in here. It's not in here.
that's right.
Expellimatinus.
That's right. No, I want to do a flashback.
Okay.
All right. So
You take, flashback is 1 stress or 2?
I think it was 2 stress
Oh,
and less.
no. It could be anywhere between 0 and 3. It is the intensity of the flashback. Like basically saying it's like, oh, well, you know what? The guy had a door that automatically closed, you know, a spring thing that automatically, well, that's 1 stress. Or I snuck in here before the thing and I hid 5 guns everywhere. Well, that's going to be a lot of stress.
Right.
Okay, so and then I will judge you after you tell me what your flashback is.
I'm thinking we knew that we were going to, the guy told us that there was only going to be, there's a cat, right?
Right.
And so what I'm thinking is, and I'm open to, some
A lifeline from the peanut gallery?
lifeline from the fellow players. But what I'm thinking is something along the lines of we came prepared to deal with potentially. The initial thought was, what if we lose this cat, or what if the cat gets out? Then that would bring heat because it'd be like, well, how the fuck did the cat get out? If whatever. So we actually stopped and got
some catnip.
And so we've got this catnip, and I said to Reggie, hold on to this just in case we need it. So Reggie's got this catnip, like a catnip ball.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at Reggie, and I so the flashback is us, stopping by, grabbing, getting some of this catnip from, because of course Mabel's got she's got a cat, right? Did we just lose Wayne?
Oh yeah.
She's got,
yeah. So yeah, Reggie's so I'm like,
We lost Wayne.
yeah, he's back now.
Okay.
Wayne!
Hey.
What's that? Your character died.
No, so the flashback was Reggie didn't go to get involved in the previous thing, but he was talking to Mabel, and she had gotten some catnip for her cat to get, like, hey, here's a present for your cat, and so he still has some on him.
Okay.
And then I'm like, hey, we might need that.
Yeah. Like if they thought there was a dog, you'd take a couple of sausages.
Right.
And it's like, okay, well, we'll take this thing because it's a cat. And everyone's like, what the fuck is a cat going to do? Well, now you get to shove it in their face after the score. So.
Right.
Hey, actually, okay, can I addition to what he is doing, I guess?
Well, yeah.
Because remember I gave him some taffy? Maybe instead I gave him the
catnip, so the cat's all like stoned now?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't make them stoned.
No, it
makes them hyper, and then they lay around and bat shit around.
Right. And so what I'm thinking, and you already said that the cat is following Reggie around now.
Yes. Yeah.
So
it was by the door.
Yeah. So what I want to
actually probably hidden with him.
Right. So what I do is I point at the cat to because Reggie's hiding behind the door. I point at the cat, and then I do my fingers like the catnip ball. Throw it outside and make sure that those guys see the cat running out the door.
Gotcha.
Brilliant.
Okay. So, I will say that's one stress.
Okay.
That's
one
perfect,
stress. Yeah. It makes sense. It's a little out there, but it makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, it could be catnip. It could be. We got it like a little thing of tuna or something. I don't know.
Just because it's a sort of criminal Boy Scout thing. Always be prepared. And like I said, they kind of probably ribbed you. It's like, what's a fucking cat going to do? And then you're like, no, yeah, this is why I'm the mastermind here, and you guys are the muscle, because I think of everything. So yeah, no, that's perfect. So you do that. I'm kind of like arranging this in my mind here. So you throw the ball out, and then the cat goes running out. One of the blue coats is like, "Oh fuck, the cat got out!" And we'll say, can someone just make me a fortune roll? Just pick a trade. This isn't going to like stress you. It isn't going to hurt you. We're not rolling that. I just want to see a fortune roll to see good, mixed, bad. Basically, how many of these Keystone Cops go running after this cat?
I say Wayne roll.
Yes.
Really?
You know he can never use his powers for good. Why would you put that on him?
All right. So this is just a fortune roll. Huh?
Yeah, it's not going to... No devil's bargain. Well, okay, I'll tell you what. Do you guys want to make a devil's bargain? Because this is like a group thing. And I'll make you a group devil's bargain.
What does that do?
So basically, you push yourself for stress, you do this or that. If you just absolutely wanted extra dice, I make a deal with you. I could say anything. I'm like, you know what?
You are the devil.
Yeah, it's like Uncle Treacle shits his pants.
Well, that's not a devil's bargain.
That's just a
Well, I think generally you
I'm
tell
halfway
us
there.
what the bargain is before we
yeah.
decide.
You tell them. You say what the bargain.
Isn't a fart a devil's bargain already?
Yeah.
That's right.
Let's hear what it is.
What I would say is, I am going to give you guys, and this is sort of a meta thing, right? Maybe there was something you overlooked. Maybe there's something you just didn't understand about the situation. I don't know what it is. Maybe we could figure out a story. But if you take the devil's bargain, you will get 1 heat. Now, obviously, that's going to screw you guys, but the score is not over. You have 1 heat now. You just have to do something to work the heat off. I don't know how you do that.
I know exactly how to work heat off.
I can, and actually, thing you're thinking, I actually can think of a couple of ways you guys can get heat off of you before the score is over.
Yeah, I actually kind of have an idea of how to maybe get the cops out of here. What if the guy we beat up, we just put him right in front of the fucking door, and then they open the door and there's some unconscious beat up dude in the middle of the house. When they just take him out,
That might make them.
surge.
Yeah.
If any of them go out back, they'll see the hanging guy.
Well, okay, so too much planning, not enough doing. We're daring swashbucklers who make poor life decisions. So you're going to throw the thing out. I want a fortune roll. Are you guys going to take my devil's bargain?
I say no. Let's not add more heat.
No.
All right.
All right.
I believe in you, Wayne. Or, wait, no, I take it back. I don't believe in you, Wayne.
6.
God fucking damn it, Wayne.
A 6 and a 1.
Wow.
The entire rage.
God damn it.
It's like it couldn't decide whether it wanted to screw me over or not.
You guys in your 6s tonight.
I know. It's crazy. I don't think we've rolled anything but 6s, it feels like.
Well, I just know that in future games,
We got some 4s and some 5s
It's going to
upstairs.
have to hurt you guys like a lot. Because you guys are not spending enough stress. Because I am not hurt. Oh, here's the flashback stress costs. It's cool. All right. I'm going to say 4. There are 5 blue coats. 4 of them go. And they're they're chasing this cat, right? Like you guys got a 6. This is the good outcome that you want. It's a bunch of Keystone cops running around a neighborhood, and this cat's like, "Arr!" And I'm just going to say they run out, and Reggie kind of takes the door and goes, close. So there is 1 cop in here. Possibly some more bad guys. There's a dude in the basement. You have a hand in your pocket. You're wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night.
Full pack of smokes, full tank of gas.
Hit it. What do you do?
When I hear all of that downstairs, I start
The
to
blue coat's in the
slowly
kitchen,
come
by the way.
downstairs. Yeah,
Right.
I'm not rushing downstairs or anything, but I'm moving slowly and looking around.
Yep. All right, you, Alex, you're at the top of the stairs peeking down. Jack is going down the stairs. Uncle Treacle and Reggie are down there. You get to the bottom of the stairs. Are Uncle Treacle, you coming out of the...
Yeah. I come out and I look at Jack, Alex, and I go, "Get to the basement now." That's where he's at. He's in the basement. And then who's got the hand? Reggie.
I do.
Reggie does. I point at Reggie. I go, "Go with him." And what I do is, as they're going down, this guy's in the kitchen. I take my fine bottle of whiskey and my vial of slumber essence, and I pour the slumber essence into the whiskey. And I leave the bottle of whiskey sitting on like on a side table. So when he comes out of the kitchen, he sees this really nice bottle of whiskey sitting there, and like a glass.
Nice. He was looking for the booze.
Jack and Reggie start making their way down to the basement, following the plan. Uncle
Alex
Treacle-
is. Oh,
No.
sorry.
No, you don't. Uncle Treacle, there's something to notice.
Okay.
Would you like to attempt to roll to notice that, or would you like to continue with your plan to?
So is this as I'm pouring the stuff to, like leaving baiting the hook?
You are about to start doing that.
Okay.
There's just a little scratch in the back of your mind. There's just like,
Something's happening.
and it's just barely there. So you're at this point. You can just continue with your plan, or you can. What's out of place?
Yep. I'll do. I don't have time for study, so I'll survey.
Okay. Good.
I will push myself. So
Okay.
I'll take 2 stress.
No one can assist him. No one's around.
Okay. So that gives me 2 dice because I have 1 in survey. I got a 5.
Okay, you do it. There's a consequence. You can suffer a harm. Complication occurs. You have a reduced. Okay, so the thing is, normally it's back and forth. Sometimes I let you guys pick what the thing is, the complicated harms. Sometimes I just pick it because it depends on the demands of the story. I will do what I did with Wayne with you. Do you want to move this to a desperate? Do you want to move this to the desperate position?
Yes.
Okay. Globally, you guys are now in a desperate position. You can re-roll this. And you have to spin the stress again if you want the extra die.
Okay. I'll do it.
So because we're in the desperate situation, doesn't that
Yes.
mean anything we roll earns us XP?
Yeah.
I believe so.
All right.
Yeah,
so
every-
Each time you roll a desperate action, mark a tick of XP for
And
that
the action's
attribute.
attribute. Yeah.
Yep.
yeah. All right. So I would have to push myself to take the extra die or accept a devil's bargain. Correct.
Correct.
All right. What's the devil's bargain?
Devil's bargain is Jack is going to take a harm that he cannot resist.
No.
No.
Not Jack. I'm sorry, Alex. Alex. is gonna-
No, he's so soft. You can't hurt him.
I'm fine.
I'm used to my bro Jack getting hurt. Like that sucks. I don't want him to be hurt, but
That's the thing with
Alex is
Devil's
a powder
Bargains,
puff.
Is that Devil's Bargains allow me to break the rules somewhat.
Oh, you bastard. Look at him. He's such a sweet boy.
You can
Yeah.
ask. You can ask Alex.
Yeah.
if he's cool with
That's
that.
then that's what I'm going to do.
I'm in.
Of course he's
okay.
cool with it. You know he is.
because he's down.
All right. Yes. So if this is Eric choosing, not Uncle Treacle, because Uncle Treacle wouldn't put his boys in harm.
Right? No, absolutely.
But Eric, 100%.
100%. Yeah. You're all fucking dead.
Fuck me. Bring the fucking Eric.
Yeah, Uncle Treacle's like, these are my boys. Eric's like, hold my beer.
Oh, his beer. If
Hold
you're
my
lucky.
fine whiskey.
That's right. So yes, I will take that devil's bargain. And so I'm rolling 2 dice, and I got a 6.
Hey, nice.
Wow. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
So but he still takes the damage, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Devil's Bargain happens. So
And you said I take a level 1 harm that I cannot resist.
correct. Your level 1 harm is that you have been stabbed in the back. And you're looking down and you see a little bit of a knife point coming out here, not at your heart, kind of to the side through your lung. It's just about this much of a knife point is coming out. You are
He was
trying
stabbed
to-
in the lung. That's the low end. Like, holy shit, that's
Well,
so
he hasn't
bad.
taken the knife out yet, and it didn't break any bones. And
He would have punctured his lung.
yeah,
Holy fuck,
which is good.
He's
right?
got 2.
He can't scream. Yeah.
dude.
Well, Andy,
Wait, you don't have
he didn't traumatize me by in his weird, whispery proselytizer voice. He's like, "Hey, buddy, there's all sorts of dark evil in the universe. I sure hope your soul's saved."
He didn't do that yet.
You just gotta relax. Just gotta flow with the universe.
Don't let it
Okay.
harsh you, man.
You try to yell out, which is difficult to do because you have a stabbed,
You
punctured
just have
lung.
the
You
wind
try
knocked out of
to
you.
gurgle. You really can't do that because of the gloved large hand that is covering your mouth. Uncle Treacle, you gave out orders. You're about to prepare this thing. You kind of peek around the corner. There's that blue coat. He's a fucking idiot. And he's got that big W.C. Fields sort of wino nose. And it's just like, this guy cannot resist. He's making a sandwich, humming some ditty. He has no fucking clue.
I think I'll have just a little nap.
A little nap here. You can bother me. You got that. You have not prepared the thing. You get the bottle out and the thing out. And you're like, Reggie walked past. Jack walked past. Alex did not walk past.
Uh-oh.
Where the fuck is Alex? In
Okay.
fact, Reggie said, yes, sir, or not yes. Whatever Reggie would say, like, yep, got it. Jack said, yep, on it. Alex would normally say, okay. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let's do it with a song.
He's that spring in his step.
Yeah, he's a song and dance man. That's how I kind of picture him.
He's got a little sass to him.
Yeah,
He's a perfect
well,
little
you know,
angel.
The first job you guys took, he brought his tap shoes. So.
Oh, I missed that. Damn.
Yep. No, seriously though, is where the fuck is Alex? The whole world for Uncle Treacle, the whole world stops.
And the last thing I knew was he was upstairs.
He was upstairs, and he was supposed to. The context of what Jack was saying is that Alex was right behind him. Probably said, "Come on, Alex," sort of thing, or whatever.
All right. Treacle puts the bottle of whiskey down. He's not mixing in the vial of slumber essence. He almost absently, he just kind of sets the bottle down and runs upstairs.
You get about halfway up, and you see three people. Not at the top of the stairs looming, but as you're kind of coming up, you start to see the top of the floor. You see basically a guy who has this mask on, and it kind of registers in the back of your mind almost primally. It's like whisper, has his hand on Alex's mouth, and there's blood coming out between his fingers. And Alex his eyes are wide open in pain and fear as his chest is being pushed up, and you see the tip of the blade of the knife. There's like a glint on it from the street light coming in the window. You see the shape of another person behind him who is drawing a sword. You think it's a woman.
Okay. Are they... is there any indication as to... do I know if these are rollers also?
If they're not rollers, then it's a new
Some
opposition group that
okay.
you were unaware of. You can probably safely assume they're rollers.
Okay. All right. And I'll say... did you not get the same deal we did?
Oh, he's not dead yet. Maybe we'll take him with us. Work him over. You hear the woman next to him is like, Lark, shut up.
I look at Alex. I say, you still want to cut him in?
I shake my head.
Jack and Reggie, you guys are downstairs. It's a basement. storage. It's not like made up. There's a pool table. There isn't, high class prostitutes holding scotch. You kind of like maybe held out that hope a little bit, but yeah, you're not surprised it isn't like that. There's not even like cool stuff like, racks of art and stuff. I mean, it's literally just boxes and crap and shit. But there is a metal door that is slightly ajar. There's some brickwork. It's damp down here. The pipes and stuff that supply the house with water and sewage and whatnot kind of run down here. There are some iron pipes, some clay pipes and such. There's no electricity, but so there's gas pipes that supply the electrophasmic gas. The stairs are wooden and creaky. There's a workbench, that sort of thing. Nothing special that calls out to you. There is like I said, there's a metal door set into a brick wall, and this doesn't look like a fake brick wall. I mean, it kind of runs along with the shape and size of the house and stuff. It's all pretty basic. The door is kind of metal and heavy, so to speak. I forget if I said it was ajar. If I said it was ajar, it's not. It's a door. No, it's closed and locked.
Okay.
And you assume it's locked. You haven't tried it yet. There is light coming out from the bottom of it. And you turn around to tell Alex to pick the lock, and there's nobody there.
Where's Alex?
Wasn't he behind you?
Me. He was.
Well, maybe he's, I don't know, maybe he's helping Unc with something.
You hear from behind the door, like, "Hey, you rollers? I told you to get the fuck out of here."
Did they tell us the guy's name, or they just say my
Yes.
guy?
No, they said the guy's name. His name's Callum.
Hey, are you Callum?
He says in a very conversational voice, like, "Yeah."
No, we ain't no fucking rollers. We're here to get you out of here. You okay?
I'm a little tied up.
How do we
Tied
open
up.
this door?
You turn the handle, but I wouldn't suggest it.
Why not?
Well, those rollers came over here, and they said that they were going to remove me from the device. I can't even call it a box anymore. It's fascinating, actually. Did you know that there is script written on this?
We don't care.
Yeah.
No,
Wait,
no.
who gives a fuck? God damn. I love that.
Why
Jack and
shouldn't
Reggie
we
were
open the door?
Don't.
Well, that's because, I mean, do you like the tips of your fingers?
Yeah.
The fuck do you mean by that? Hold on. What the hell's going on with this door?
Well, I mean, as soon as those rollers said that they were going to, how did that young lady put it?
Oh my god.
Drag the box through the street, pulled by a goat with me under it as lubrication to make moving the box easier. I basically, it's really complex. It's actually quite fascinating what I did to the door. So there's this technique in
Can
Lotham's
you undo it?
Oh, undo it?
Yes, so we can get in there.
Well, I mean, are you going to drag me through the street under a box, lubricating its movement while it's being
No,
pulled by
we're
a
supposed to
goat?
get you free.
So I'm gonna start motioning. I'm like walking towards the stairs to go back up, and I go, Jack, just fucking stall this guy. I'm gonna go grab Alex.
Yeah.
He's the only person that's gonna be able to get this open
Go
anyway.
ahead.
I'll be right back.
We can get the box open if we can get in there. Maybe it'll let you go if we can get it open.
Oh, I throw the hand to Jack though, just in case something happens. So I throw
Turn
the bag
around and
to
a
him.
hand hits you in the face.
It's still like a bag. I throw the bag.
And it's still moving.
I'm
it's
holding
like
it
a
out like
starfish.
this.
Oh.
See, Jack's the same way, man. No one wants to hold that fucking thing.
He's like, "Oh, you have the hand."
Yes.
Oh. Is it moving?
Yes.
Ugh.
I don't want to have this hand.
Well, do you promise not to drag me under? He goes to the whole spiel again.
Rescuing you is part of what we're being paid for. We're supposed to get you out safely and return you.
Jack, I want you to roll to, like, convince him.
All right.
And then I want you to give me what you say to him based on the roll.
Okay.
So are you going to, like, command him?
Oh, yeah, I'm commanding.
Okay.
6.
Of course it's a 6. Because it's fucking 6 night.
Why not?
You know, I thought this was April 8th. Apparently it's the 6th. So, all right.
I'm holding
Man.
this fucking hand right here that we were sent to get so we could come rescue you. Now open this goddamn door so I can use this fucking hand to open that box and we can get you free so I don't have to be staring at this fucking moving hand.
And I'm assuming that you're like sort of trying to be quiet, but
Yeah,
you're probably
the loud whisper.
shout whispering, and I can hear you as I'm going up. Like, God damn it! It's so
Yeah.
loud.
You hear a snap, a pop. You smell vanilla, and your tongue tastes like a penny. Then the door opens, and there's a guy looking at you. There's no need to be rude.
The hand is right out in front of me in his face.
Reggie, you go upstairs, and right as you are coming up the stairs, a man is walking out, a blue coat, is walking out of the kitchen with Uncle Treacle's bottle of really high-end hooch and a sandwich. He is turning the corner. You have 1 second before he sees you. What do you do?
Well, I'm assuming I'm coming out of the stairway.
Yes, you're like stepping up. You're like just stepping up. You're like in the doorway coming out of the stairway.
Oh, I back out and try to I hold the door, like I'm holding the knob so it's not like slamming or anything. So I'd like hold the door almost closed.
Okay. You know what? I want you to give me a prowl roll because these are old wooden stairs. You're like trying not to tromp. You got this guy shout whispering here.
Now I do have one in prowl.
Okay, good.
Do I still roll 2 dice?
No, you roll 1 die.
Just one.
But
Okay.
you take the highest. You can push yourself. You can get assistance. They're devil's bargain.
And then pushing myself gives me 2 dice.
Correct. No, it gives you 1 dice, but you take 2 stress.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
6 and a 1.
But of course. But of course it's a 6.
Man, this is like we all are fucking up right now. We should all be playing craps. Like we
Right.
messing around.
Why did we get into role play?
Yeah, we've had a couple of bad rolls, but so many 6s.
No, I mean it's like your ghost, right? It's like whoop, whoop. And
I'm
then
like
you
holding my breath, like
and then Uncle Treacle.
Yep.
This woman steps in front of Larm and Alex, and she has a rapier out, and she looks at you and goes, "You either need to draw or leave. I tell you what, you can take your friend with you if you leave, and we'll finish up the job."
All right, I reach into my top pocket and I pull out my little cigarello,
Mhm.
and I'll reach I just like light my cigar, and I'll look at Alex and I'll say, "Boy, you cost us some coin today." And then I'm going to mark unusual weapon on my equipment.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm So I've got I light the cigar. I've got it in my hand. I've got the match. Unusual weapon is a small bladder up underneath my armpit that has a little tube that goes to my wrist. I flick it open. I shoot her with whale oil and light it off the match.
Shit. Well, this just escalated quick.
I said, nobody hurts my boys.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Hell yes.
Forget he. We're wrecking this place.
Yeah.
I mean, is it really heat if the house burns down? Like, you'll never know anything happened, right?
We're
Covering the evidence.
See about that. Okay, so I would say there's a couple of different things you could do. I could see a tinker for this because you're trying to use this weird device. I could see a wreck because you're just trying to do as much possible damage as you can. I could even see like a command, like you're not necessarily even trying to hurt her. You're just trying to scare them and get them to run away. Maybe they get hurt in the process, all the better. What's your goal and how are you going to try and get there? That's the question.
My goal is to immolate her because right now Uncle Treacle's not going and doing a job is one thing, but Reggie and Jack, he's used to seeing them getting hurt and things like that, but Alex is a different
Right.
whole different thing for him. So he's kind of thrown caution to the wind at this point, and he doesn't know that Reggie's on his way. He thinks that this is it.
Yeah.
So-
yeah. Well, I mean, it's so like tunnel vision. Alex is standing there. He's got a knife sticking through him right now.
Right.
So no, yeah, I would say, yeah, you could wreck her. Unless you have Tinker.
I do not have Tinker. I don't have Tinker or Wreck.
Okay.
So I could.
What do you have?
I have one in Hunt. I have.
Hunt's like a precision shot. I mean, unless you want to say, yeah, I want to shoot this on her face.
Well, okay. So, command is to intimidate, right?
Right. Yeah.
So if I used it for command, that, like you said, instead of trying to burn her, I want to make it look like they don't know how many of these I have.
Like that.
They wouldn't expect just a burst of flame. The intent is to get them to run away or back away so I could grab Alex and run.
Yep. Okay. I will say if you crit this, you can do anything you want. You could burn them to the ground. You can do whatever. But the intention is to get them to back off and give you your boy.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna
And it's not going to – I don't want it to I mean, I don't know how much oil is going to – it's not a whole lot. It wouldn't be like, I'm not dousing anybody. It's more of just like a fireball, just like a stage magician would use, just like a poof flash of light.
Right.
Okay. All right.
You going to push yourself?
I'm going to push myself unless Alex wants to assist me.
Alex, you can do both.
So if I have the stress, if I may assist, I absolutely will.
Go for it.
And basically, well, I don't know how much I can do with a knife in my chest in terms of essentially trying to optimize.
Well, I mean, you can, like, when he fires it, you could say, it's like, well, you just take all your strength and you just jam your elbow into the guy's gut to get away from it, sort of thing.
Oh, sure. Okay, great. Well, I'm gonna do the classic. I'm gonna do the classic heel to the top of the foot.
Right.
Make sure you
Give
take
him
the
that,
knife with you.
Yeah.
Stomp him. Stomp
free
his.
knife.
Stomp his. Wow. It's my plug. It's very important to me.
Yeah.
But that's what I'll do then. I will slam my foot and basically duck and try to lunge forward away from the group and toward Uncle Treacle.
Right.
Cool. Perfect.
All right. So it gives me an extra dice, That gives me an extra dice, and then I can push myself and take 2 stress, and that will give me 4 dice. Correct?
Okay. Yep. And we're in desperate. Let me guess, a 6.
No, the highest I rolled was a 4.
Woohoo!
I got a 2, a 3, and 2
sorry
4s.
to hear that. 4, you do it, but there's a consequence. You can suffer severe harm, a serious complication occurs, or you have a reduced effect.
Is this my choice, or is this...
I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to describe the scene because a lot of stuff is going to happen all at one time. You do the fire. Whoosh, like you said. She backs up like, holy shit. Alex does the classic, he takes his spiked high heel and he drives it into the guy's foot. And the guy's like, he drops the knife. I mean, drops it. He lets it go. It's still an Alex. His plug's still there, and he's still got a free knife. Alex basically shoves this guy away, slams her, and he goes running past her, like, to the stairway to buy you. She dodges out of the way. This guy gets, like, some fire on his arm. Not the woman, but the guy. And he's just like, shit. So, and he's doing the thing where he's going like, it's like, dude,
Stop, drop, and roll. Right.
But he's not. He's like,
Of course.
like this. He's panicking.
Right.
She has her sword out, dives out of the way. It's like, oh, shit. And then she takes a swipe at you with the sword, at which point she does a harm against you. She does a slice right across your chest, like a pretty deep one.
My moves.
My moves.
He's playing connect the dots with your nipples.
That's right.
Not his beautiful moves. No.
My silky soft moves. They're freshly shaved.
You've been moistening them
That's right.
with lotion every night.
Oh my God, his Adonis-like moves. No.
They hung down to his belly button.
I take milk. I take milk baths every night.
Milk bags.
Oh. Ew. So no, yeah, you take a level 1 harm
Okay.
unless you want to resist it or use your armor.
You know what? I think I will resist it, and I will use my armor for that.
Okay, so you don't have to resist it when you use your armor.
Gotcha.
Your arm, basically, it like you have an armor plate there.
Mhm.
Like she does a cut across like that, and it slices your trench coat open, and basically it fucks up your armor.
Yeah, I got boob plate underneath.
Yeah, your boob plate takes a hit.
Shing! Yeah.
His fucking bikini armor he wears
Right.
underneath.
So basically,
Well, yeah, he's wearing a chainmail bikini.
That's right.
Yeah.
People say it can't protect from anything.
There
It's
you
for
go.
just prove them wrong.
dexterity. It's for
That's right.
dexterity. It's not for being hit.
it is. So you mark off the armor.
Yep.
So instead of taking the hit. So yeah, cool. And she is basically whipping around, and she like you either need to run, think of something quick, or draw down and defend yourself because she is trying to lay into you in like a sword fight.
Right.
So if you have a sword drawn, Reggie, you hear some weird stuff going on up in the stairs above you. You hear a whoosh like that and a fuck like that. You hear the blue coat outside going, "Is somebody up there?" Jack. Basically this is a shorter guy. He is in a canvas jacket, like light pants, boots. There is a backpack sitting next to him with its contents spilled out, and other than the books, you can't identify half of what this crap is. It is this isn't a room; it's a closet, and in the closet, like both of you can't really even fit in here. There is a 4-foot tall, what looks to you like a safe, but it has like an angled top in it. It does not have a dial or door in it. This guy has his hand on a brass inlaid circle at the top, and he is. It looks like he's just casually resting his hand against it, and he has this glass tube in his hand that is broken at the top, and there's like this vanilla smelling smoke that makes your tongue taste like a penny coming out of it.
All right, I hold the
And
bag
he's kind
up.
of blowing. He's blowing it, kind of shaking it.
All right, take the hand and open it, and let's see if it lets your hand go.
I'm sorry. What? Well, you were supposed to send an expert?
The expert's not here.
I love that it's Jack that's doing this.
Then perhaps you should go get the expert. I understand the hand is a part of it. See, come look at this. The writing here is a combination of
Take the hand and open the safe. Maybe whatever's in it will help us get your hand free.
he takes the hand and he slaps you across the face with it.
Oh my god.
I can't do it. I have not figured it out. I've been here for 4 hours.
So
I've
you
almost
mean
been
with
killed.
this hand even you can't get this open?
It's part of the puzzle. I need some help to figure it out.
Well, what if the help isn't coming?
Then I guess you're going to have to go and get me a sandwich because I'm rather hungry. Possibly a chamber pot.
I thought you would just be taking this hand and slapping it against that and it would open.
He takes the hand and he just puts it on your chest. You know, like someone would put it on your shoulder. Like, you know, he just puts it on your chest. He's like, leave the thinking to others, my friend. Other more capable people. Did you bring
If somebody
someone-
would have done that instead of you, maybe they would have gotten this open instead of getting stuck.
He waves the hand. He's like, I can admit my mistakes. And obviously I made a mistake here. But right now, and he's like pointing the hand at you. Right now we are in the situation we are in. So I need a sandwich, a chamber pot, and an expert. Did you bring an expert?
No, we don't have an expert.
Alex is supposed to be your expert. Then I suggest you go and get one.
Yeah, but does Jack know he's an expert? I mean, he's not really an expert. He was
No,
kind
the
of like,
best we've got.
it's the best we've got.
No, and that's what Lard had said at the beginning too.
Yeah.
Where he's like, "Yeah, this is why I'm asking you guys. We don't
Yeah.
need the slide of Johnny. We need the muscle for you
All right.
guys." if
Maybe
something goes
Jack didn't
wrong."
hear that because he was too focused on the hand moving.
Yeah,
He was freaked out by the hand.
Yeah.
yeah. Do you have a leech? Do you have a whistle?
Yes,
you-
we've got a leech. He's upstairs.
Then bring your leech here. Please, I'm asking you.
Okay, put the hand back in the bag for now.
Drop. What's in your hand? Yeah, drops it into the bag.
Oh man.
Ugh.
It's
He
still
starts
moving.
to stomp up the stairs, then he stops himself. It just says,
I'm at
Young
the
man.
top of the stairs, by the way.
Young man, a leech, a sandwich, and a chamber pot.
"You'll get a leech and you'll like it."
All I heard was, "You'll get a leech and you'll like it."
Well,
What the hell's going on down there?
That remains to be seen. And he closes the door.
He has no idea how to open it. We need Alex.
There's a blue coat out there. I heard some
Shit.
banging around or something. I don't know what the hell it was. And then this fucking blue coat yelled. I can't really hear from down here.
So what do we hear upstairs? What is going on?
So, Alex, you run past me?
I do.
Okay. So, what I do is I am right behind Alex. So she's drawing that. She sliced me. I don't even wait to no witty response or anything like that. Just turn and we're going down the stairs and we're not being quiet about it.
Okay. You guys hear tromp, 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 tromp. Basically, the blue coat is like, is anybody up there? And then the response is like the 17th Airborne Division tromping down the stairs in a military parade. And then you hear the blue coat go, what the? Hey, You see a blue coat with a sandwich. You hear a plate drop and shatter. You see the blue coat drop his plate, and he's reaching for his whistle to blow the whistle, and he's also bringing out a sword. These guys don't carry truncheons. He is on the other side of the door. He is literally like 6 inches from Reggie. There's a door between them. You guys are descending upon him quickly. You see this. There is this banshee behind you about to destroy you, and there is a guy upstairs who is now yelling as he becomes increasingly engulfed in fire. Jack is still salty about getting slapped in the face with another man's hand, and Callum really needs to poop. What do you
my
guys
God.
do?
Well, Alex, you're the first one down the stairs.
Well, so I come down the stairs and there's a blue coat there.
Yes. Sandwich is falling in midair.
All right, so the sandwich is falling, but then I also see that Jack and
No, you don't see
Reggie.
Jack and Reggie. They
I
are.
don't.
Yeah, they're in the basement. The basement door is right there.
Then
the
I run
basement door
toward
is behind the blue coat.
Then I run past the cop toward the basement.
Okay. You shove past the cop, and do you throw the door open?
Yeah, if I can.
Yeah. Okay. The door.
Well,
gets,
if we were holding, because I was holding the door.
Okay.
Like if they were running down, like that kind of commotion,
Yeah.
and also Jack was coming up anyway, I probably would just open to see the cop, and then as soon as I realized that they were coming down, I'd probably go for the officer.
Okay. So this is all going to happen at once. So
Okay,
Jack
gotcha.
is slamming past the cop. Reggie, I'm sorry. I don't know why. Oh, I know why when you went offline, Wayne, your pictures swapped. But Reggie is opening the door and going for the cop. Alex is shoving his way past the cop. What is Uncle Treacle doing?
Uncle Treacle is halfway down the stairs and sees this cop. Alex is going around him. Uncle Treacle's actually going to go over the banister and just drop onto the floor.
All right. Jack, you're kind of in the back and salty there. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm going upstairs.
Okay.
So if I see the Reggie open the door and go out, I'll follow him out.
Yeah,
All right.
Bash Bros.
So this blue coat is taking a swipe at Alex because Alex is bearing down right on him and his face is covered with blood and stuff. And the blue coat's like, oh, shit! And he's going to swipe at Alex. So,
All right.
Alex, what are you going to try to do? Are you going to try to, finesse your way around it? Are you going to, just straight up wreck him to get past him? Or are you going to... What are you gonna do?
So I definitely want to try to wreck. I want to throw a shoulder, basically use his, basically go below his center of gravity and knock him off balance.
Remember, too, you're a leech, and you have a lot of alchemicals on you.
I do have a lot of kit, but the issue is that I don't. So the problem is you have to commit, right? So I can carry a bandolier, and that bandolier, even though it has 3 uses, it has the same thing, right? So obviously,
They could be a different one for each one.
Yeah, you decide.
I thought that.
No, you have 3 loads. It could be any of your chemicals.
I can have
loads.
6. That seems broken, but okay.
No. So basically, you say, I want to use drift oil.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you mark through your bandolier? Yeah, I marked through one of my bandoliers. I used my
Right.
drift oil, and I checked
And mark one use.
one use. And then you could say, okay, well, game goes on. Well, now I want to use my Quicksilver. Okay, that's the second use of your first bandolier.
All right. Well, then I'm going to put a syringe. I'm going to put a syringe of standstill poison in this guy's leg.
Okay, that works for me. Are you going to
All right, I'm not going to push myself, but I am going to use my tinker. But I don't have the stress at this point to really spare.
Does anyone want to assist him?
Yeah, I've got foresight, so I can assist for free up to twice.
Okay.
Per score, so I'll give him one of my free assists.
So basically, Uncle Treacle's like, "Hey," to distract him or something, and
4.
You got a 4. That could have been better. I'm very sad that you did not get a 6. It's the worst. Okay, you suffer a consequence. You can get a severe harm, a serious complication occurs, or you have a reduced effect. I mean, you guys are in a severe or in a desperate situation. And also, don't forget to mark XP for these rolls, too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, because it was that desperate. Yeah.
Yep.
I even rolled one this time.
I'm going to say, also, if you guys want to take it from desperate to risky, you make a roll for that. You basically say, it's like, okay, well, I want to try to, bring some calm to the situation. Well, how are you doing it? I'll have you roll, and if you're successful, we can drop it down. Okay. I already harmed you, and I don't want like the next 20 games for you to be on a healing clock. So I think what I'm going to do is you're in a. It's going to kind of be a combination of a complication and reduced effect. Basically, you stab the guy, but you're not doing well, and you don't quite get it all in him, and you don't make it past him. This guy grabs you. He didn't like stab you and stuff, but basically, I mean, these guys are thugs, right? They're not, investigators or anything like that. These guys, these are the brute squad. So you kind of go to muscle past him, and you're going to jab him. You give him like, and he grabs you by your scruff, and he slams you into the wall. And, you got this knife in you. That kind of hurts a bit. And so you're kind of bang your head, and so you're seeing stars from it, but he has you. So you're not really going anywhere. So you're going to have to do something to extricate yourself. All right, who's doing what now?
So is that because that's technically not a harm, he can't resist that?
No, you can resist anything.
Okay.
You can resist, like if you like when he was searching for goods earlier, when he was doing his study to find arcane stuff and whatnot, and I said, okay, well, you fail it, you don't find anything. He can resist that. He could say, no, I do find something. You can resist anything.
Okay.
But that requires me then to roll and basically try to mitigate stress.
Yeah,
if I shit the bed on the roll, I'm going to suffer a trauma.
Yep. And if you suffer a trauma, basically you go down. You are out the game. And I will say it's 11:30. I'd actually planned on ending this at 11, so you won't be down. You won't miss a whole lot of the game.
Right. Well, then let's do this resist. I am going to use wreck to try to resist, or is that prowess?
No, you do the up and down one. So it'd be prowess. Insight, prowess, and resolve.
All right.
So you have 6 stress.
I do. And how many dice do I roll? Just my number of just my prowess?
Yes.
All right, here we go. If I fail, I go down, right?
Yep.
All right.
Well, I mean,
Depends how much stress you have.
Oh, 6!
Awesome. Of course, because it's the 6. So
That's amazing.
Okay. So tell me what doesn't happen here. What actually happens in that scene?
Well, in a rare moment of in a rare moment of physical prowess, I summon some strength, and I'm just able to pull myself away from the guy. Right, just grounding my feet in the ground, in the ground, feeling stable, pushing away, leveraging, using my intellect to kind of,
And he's got that syringe sticking out of his leg that you didn't fully do, and you just slam it, the plunger down and deliver the whole thing. Yeah,
he gets the whole thing.
he gets the whole thing, and you get out, and you throw the basement door open. Reggie, you're about to open this door, or you were holding it. I forget what you're doing.
I was holding it. Yeah.
You were holding it. Okay, so somebody's trying to open the door.
Well, from all the commotion and stuff, yeah, I was. Yeah, if he opens it, he opens it. That's fine.
Okay, so the door flies open, and Alex is standing there. He has a knife in him. His chest is bleeding. He's got blood coming out of his mouth and on his face. He is. I wouldn't say he's looking scared. You were looking scared about 30 seconds ago, but now you're like on fire, and he is this crazy person is standing in front of you. You see behind him Uncle Treacle leap over the banister and do the superhero landing, and there's a woman in all black chasing down him, and she's got a rapier out. And you don't know who this woman is.
I don't need to know. I charge right at her.
Okay.
If I would have made it upstairs, I probably would have killed all three of them. So I'm going to try to kill this woman.
You know what?
And I know we're not supposed to.
Is that there were only two of them. So who would you have killed? Alex? Or
No, I thought you said there were three people
No,
in there
there were
with
two.
them. Oh, okay. Well, then I would have killed both of them.
yeah,
And the police officer when he got in your way.
and the police officer too. So the
Maybe.
police. What does standstill potion do? I mean, I can kind of infer, but
So it's on page 226. Give me 1 second, but basically it prevents him from moving. I assume. if I recall
yeah.
correctly.
Is it like he's a statue? Or is it?
It causes it's technically it's a poison, so I guess it wouldn't be a syringe. It would be a powder that I would blow, but it causes temporary paralysis. Now I don't know how temporary is defined, but it's not long.
Okay, so it's paralysis. So we're not going to say he's stuck like that. He kind of like wavers and then he collapses to the floor. His eyes are open. He's kind of like, and he is paralyzed. Reggie kind of moves you to the side and intercepts the roller who's coming down the stairs. Jack, what are you doing?
All right, so I see Alex has the knife through him.
Mm-hmm.
I very carefully go around him so I don't hurt him, and then I charge out. I'm pissed, looking for the first person I don't recognize.
I'm going to give you a hint. Give the hand to Alex as you pass by.
I don't want to have that anyway.
Yep.
He probably
All right.
just drops it, right? Like,
I honestly, I think I don't hand it to him. I just drop it.
You don't hand it to him.
No, I don't give him a hand at all.
I got to hand that to you, Wayne.
It's a handy.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't give him a hand at all. I drop it, completely focus, go around him, and charge out, looking for the first person that I can
yep.
break.
Oh yeah. All right. So
Because that's what we know. I'm about to Terry Tate this bitch.
so
Yeah, they heard Alex. They're going down.
Yeah.
So Treacle, your boys charge past you, and you know what they're going to do. They're going to do their jobs. They're
Yep.
going to take care of business.
Yep.
Alex is hurt, but he's actually showing a lot of fire right now.
Right. And I'm just beaming like a proud papa.
Yep. It's like, it was a joke coming in here, and maybe you wouldn't tell anybody kind of like the details of the job, and then if you think about it, there's a lot. Nope. It is redeemed now. It is all your theories, all your thoughts about these guys is true. They are firing on all cylinders right now. Alex, what are you doing? The hand is in front of you. You know the guys in the basement.
Well, I'm gonna scoop the hand off the floor, and presuming I can see the guy, I want to head over to the box and examine it. I want to give it a study.
Yeah, you go downstairs. These guys are. There is a furball behind you, Uncle Treacle. I mean, it's just like a cartoon where it's just all dust, and you see like arms and feet punching out of it. You see somebody trying to crawl out and then getting dragged back in. It is a gigantic, crazy furball.
It's a slobber knocker.
That's right. It is a slobber knocker. What I do is I'm going to actually lock the front door.
Okay.
And does just for reference, which one of the cops had the keys?
You want to do a flashback to tell me that this one did?
Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, that's when I'll do a flashback, and I'll say that when I saw the guy go, watched him walk into the kitchen, I saw that he was the one with the keys, and that's when I told Reggie to throw the catnip ball. So that way we made sure the guy with the keys was in the house and not and the other guys all left. So then I'll lock the door, and so that way they can't come. Reinforcements can't come.
Okay. All right. So how about you two see how you're going? So I would say this could be a group action. This could be a teamwork thing. You can lead a group action, roll for each character who participates in the group action. The best single roll counts as the action results, which applies to every character that rolled. So basically lead a group action, roll for each character that participates. So what does that mean? Does that mean one person rolls?
Yeah, one person is the leader.
Yeah.
And then they choose what we're rolling. And then, in this case, it's just the other one rolls that as well. And then you add it all up and take the highest.
Yeah, so you get a wider range of dice.
Instead of both of us rolling, we are both rolling, but instead of both of us rolling and risking, we do the one roll with a better chance of success.
Okay. So you guys can do that if you want to. You just got to pick a leader to do it. Or you both can do what you were saying earlier where Jack wrecks and Reggie skirmishes.
Okay.
It's up to you.
So the advantage of going separately would be we'd fill up two separate pie charts if we were doing the pie chart for this. Are we doing a pie chart for beating them?
No.
Then we might as well do it as a group action.
Okay. That works for me. Who's going to lead it?
I'll lead it just because I was running.
Reggie, because he was first.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be first strike.
Okay. So, Reggie, why don't you... Are you going to use skirmish?
Yeah, I'll use skirmish.
Okay, so Jack's going to have to use skirmish as well.
Yep. That's
All
cool.
right.
I got 2 in skirmish.
Okay.
All right. My highest is a 4.
I got 2 6s and a 5.
So
That's a crit.
So you crit it.
No one's ever going to believe these fucking dice rolls. Ever. No one will ever believe this game.
So it's,
Well, and I would have failed with a 4 and a 3, so...
yeah. But you let a group action.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys tell me what happened.
Because you know what? We do this like pro wrestling style. I go in and I spear this woman up into the air. Jack comes in behind and just clotheslines the shit out of her into the wall.
And then the other guy.
if Wayne's okay with that.
Yeah.
the other guy comes running down, and he actually gets smart. He whips his trench coat off that's on fire, throws this on fire trench coat at you, and you just kind of bash it to the side. Wayne grabs a vase of flowers and just pours the water and flowers on it and puts the fire out. Well, this guy comes barreling down, and he is going to like go to town. You turn around and just clock him in the nose. It's just like one sniper strike, Bruce Lee, one punch, bam, and he crumples like nothing.
Uppercut him. Let's say we uppercut him. That way he's like
Falcon punch, and
he goes like up, lands on the stairs, and then
down. And these stairs don't have carpet on them. I mean, they're sharp, right?
Oh,
They're
God.
not rounded or anything. Just boop, 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 boop.
fuck these guys.
That's right. Okay. So, because
Fucking
it's late,
rollers.
I'm starting to fall asleep. I think we are going to wrap this up. Alex, you go downstairs. You talk to the guy. You two are just like nerding out, right?
You're muted.
You're unmuted.
You're muted.
Sorry, I was muted because I was, Anyway, what I was going to say is that obviously I assume that he my first question would be, and you forgive me for insulting his intelligence, but obviously he's already attempted to use Alcahest to remove his hand.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, great. Well, then we just start going through all the stuff and how to.
Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again?
Yeah. Well, is this guy a roller?
No,
I mean,
he's
this
not.
guy's a red sash, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's the rollers beat you here. They didn't have the hand. They're kind of idiots. So their plan was to take the box. Like, their whole plan was going to generate heat.
Right.
And you don't know if they didn't know or they didn't care. Maybe they didn't care. And they were just going to basically drag this guy in the box out with him. And because he works for Lard, he was like, guys, that ain't part of the plan, and that's going to get me killed. So I tell you what, why don't you give me like a study roll or a tinker roll, basically to see how far you can kind of come along with the idea of what to do here.
All right. So Tinker is my preference.
Mm-hmm.
Can and I don't want to be, obviously, if the answer's no, the answer's no, but you don't know until you ask. Can he aid me?
Yeah, he can assist. He'll take a
All right.
I mark a stress for him.
I've got one more of my free assists, so could I use that? And we say that maybe Treacle had them write down, like some of the symbols or something that would.
Sorry. I go to bed at midnight, and it is 10 to midnight.
Oh, damn,
here,
you're
so
like Cinderella.
I know, right?
Ding.
I used to have an insomnia problem, and one of the ways I got past the insomnia was to always go to bed at the same time and always get up at the same time, no matter what. Even if I get 8 hours of sleep, 4 hours of sleep. So when it's my time for bed, it's like my body starts shutting down. So anyway, but I can push through. So why don't we have Uncle Treacle do that? Because that's far more interesting than this guy using imaginary stress to help.
Okay.
So,
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. What did you roll?
4 was my highest.
Not a 6?
Not a 6, sir. 4 is the highest.
You're killing the streak, Brodor. Come on, man.
Yeah.
You're making this game too believable.
That's right. We roll through all of this, and then we get to the very final thing, and Alex fucks the pooch.
This is the Game Master bullshit final roll where it's like he wants you to kill the dragon. He needs you to put the magic stone in the
Just
dragon's
don't roll
eye.
a 1.
Yeah, don't roll a 1.
I didn't.
The question here is, why did the Game Master even have you roll when he just wants you to succeed anyway? So,
That's a good point.
Well, I don't know. I listened to an advice show, and their recommendation would be if success is essential to moving the narrative forward, they would just say don't bother picking up the dice.
I agree with that, and
those guys are pretty fucking smart. Is all I know.
And handsome.
Who are these losers?
It's called Ken and Robin talk about stuff.
You're fired. The only solution is to plunge that knife deeper into your character's chest.
That's right. You need your heart blood to open this.
Kalimai,
That's
Kalimai.
right. You betrayed
All
Chiba.
right. So, yeah. Amazingly, you get a 6 on that 4 that you
Brilliant.
rolled. Yeah. So here is. Who the fuck has a soundboard? I don't even want to know.
Mike has a fucking soundboard.
Does your soundboard have a fart?
I was like, "Where's my fart?"
So right now,
He's a man of culture, please.
it only has what it came programmed with. But yeah, fart.
Next time we play, we need a wet
I
fart.
expect it.
sound
Yeah, you have
effect.
recorded your own fart into the machine.
Okay, well, so
That's your homework.
first of all, to get an anus mic, it's like a lapel mic, but it pinches to. It's very. It's
just-
actually kind of pleasurable.
Just cover your mic with saran wrap. You'll be fine.
Okay, so
Save the spray for later.
here's what happened.
Anus mic
So-
goes on the whiteboard, by the way.
Here's what happens so Chad doesn't turn to a GM pumpkin. Basically, I was going to have this whole scene where you guys do this like geek stuff while this fight was going on, and it was like trying to stretch. Like, do you help them? Do you try to figure out this puzzle? You know, do you do it while the blue coats are there? But no, you guys just kept rolling 6s and you just murdered everything. So,
I wouldn't say things just went our way, though.
I mean, the ways it didn't was basically your fault anyway. So
Things went our way except for Alex,
that's true.
who ended up getting stabbed. And
Yeah.
Are you kidding? It's great. Because I got the best of both worlds. I got to have the drama. I got to use my rock. I use my
Yeah, you got
grapple gun.
to be Batman. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah.
I just want to be Batman.
I have
You got
an
to be
idea
Batman
of how to,
and
like,
Jason Todd all in one.
how to get rid of our heat, but it involves intimidating the blue coat that's there.
I was thinking that same thing, is that you guys are going to have to do some blue coat intimidation of this guy to make it not happen. which
So
is cool.
here was my idea.
Okay.
My idea was I intimidate the guy or whoever has good command. I have 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
We intimidate the guy to basically like convince him that he gets to be a hero for stopping these other guys in this house, and he never mentions us. And if he does, we'll come back for him.
Yeah, because you
That's the
just took his
intimidation part.
wallet and his ID, and you know where he lives, where
That's
his
right.
family is.
Exactly.
So no, I had that exact thing in mind. Perfect. Make a roll. Oh my God, you got a 6 because it's the 6. Who knew? So fantastic. Oh my God, I need a soundboard now.
and it's kind
Yeah,
of
now I
pointless,
want one.
I say it's kind of pointless, but I pick up the dirty sandwich off of the ground and I take it down and give it to the guy.
There's a sandwich.
Brush the plates off, the piece of plate off. Oh,
That's right. Take.
Here's your sandwich.
Yep, and an empty vase to shit in.
Yep. Yep.
And an empty vase. Now, logistically, I'm very concerned because I'm not the most accurate peer, and I'm holding my dick in my hand. I couldn't poop in a vase.
Well, it just depends on if the consistency
it's a very
of it.
Small diameter.
Think of it
No.
this
You
way.
monkey tail
And
that
Alex
fucker
is in
in.
the closet with him.
Yeah, Alex.
I'm gonna
is
put-
It's
you
like
guys-
I'm
it's like
gonna-
the claw drop. You just gotta aim it and then like swing it until it gets to where you want it to go.
I'm gonna
Alex is
poop
going to
on
hold the
floor
vase
then
and move it around
scoop it.
under him.
2 guys, 1 vase.
That's right.
Five hands.
That's right.
Yeah.
5 hands, right?
All right. So here's the quick and dirty wrap up. That this in my mind was going to take. This was 20 minutes of content, lots of rolls, lots of flipping back and forth of the scene, lots of this
Should have known
happening
better.
under a fight while there was all this stress shit that all your guys, amazing rolls, totally fucked all this up. Was basically it comes down to Alex and this leech working together to find out that the only way to get his hand off of this thing was that he had to die. Now, obviously, you're not going to kill him. So the alternative is you cut his hand off. Hand's dead. He's not. He's missing a hand. This guy does all of the weird leech shit with all of the alchemical and magic stuff. And Alex and the guy figure out a way to adhere the hand onto the bloody stump, the alternative hand. So the hand comes off, the hand with the key is on him, you put it on, you open the chest. It's really weird, it's really gross, it uses all of your skills. There's a whole stealth fight intimidation thing going all at the same time.
Okay, we can do that if we have time.
Yeah, let's roll.
Oh yeah, we got 2 minutes. Because you all roll sixes, so fuck it. The whole thing with the cat and the build-up thing is that the cat was not some crazy ass werebeast that was going to suck your soul out.
I 100%.
The crazy
like-
thing with the cat is that the bluecoats had to come in to feed him. That was the complication with the cat. Because it was a totally unguarded house. There was no guards.
Everybody mentioning the cat so much and making it so weird. Reggie 100% thought something was up with the cat.
That was great.
I mean, we're in a world where shit can be possessed and fucking attack you and stuff. So 100% he thought it was like possessed.
Absolutely. So that's what you
Yeah.
guys do. You hear a yell and a scream, and then you guys run downstairs, and Alex opens the door and says, "You don't want to come in here. Give us 5 minutes." And he closes the door, and you hear some more screaming, and you hear some
Why do you take that
sawing.
face and that sandwich?
We smell poop. Yeah.
Alex opens the door again, hands you the vase.
He's eating the sandwich
So
as he
hurt.
poops like a heathen.
Oh my god, that's living the dream,
No,
though.
I only drink my coffee in the toilet.
That's
I do
right.
not take food in there. Just
Deposit
coffee.
and return all at the same time.
That's opulence there. That's just living it. So yeah, that happens. You guys intimidate the blue coat. He goes along with it. You guys don't get any heat, and it's midnight.
Yeah.
Yay.
Soundboard,
Did it.
go, 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 go.
Yep, everybody's out.
We did it. Oh my God, he's got like a sitcom ending.
It's the Jawbreaker.
That's our theme song. That's right.
It's the
Ladies
Jawbreaker.
and gentlemen, this has been another episode of Blades in the Dark.
Oh, you
80s
guys did
style.
great. That was fantastic. That was really good. I loved how the game it was like interesting at the start where it's just like, okay, well, kind of like what's going on. Then it got really light and funny, and then it turned dark and serious real damn quick. And then it was turned into like sort of a normal thing, and then I was able to set it up to where I love the Devil's Bargain, and I loved how you guys are like, just let's do it. Set it up where Alex got hurt, and then everybody was like, we are throwing the rules out the window.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
all bets are off now. Now is serious go time. And that was neat. But then you guys were such pros at it that you were actually able to stay within the mission parameters and pull the whole thing off again. My only regret is that I wish that, and it was my fault, I wish we would have been able to start a little earlier, but I was working on homework with my son and stuff. Because
It's no problem.
I wanted to do more with Alex and the other leech to kind of bring in the sort of weird aspect of the game. The
science and the alchemy
the science
and stuff.
magic weirdness thing. I want to explore that a little bit, but yeah, it's just we just didn't have time for it. And we can do that later on. There's definitely more room for that in the game.
That's right. You, Alex, and this other leech can jerk each other off some other time.
Well, and it's
2 guys, 5 hands.
Two guys.
the system. The
Two
system is
guys,
challenging
five.
because
Jesus
gross.
Christ.
No, Alex,
so much ass play.
make it into a fist now.
Oh my God.
Make it wiggle again.
Where's that whale jism?
So, do we want to do the end of session stuff next time?
Oh yes,
I think we should do
Wonderful.
XP real quick, just so we don't forget
Yes.
it, because that'll
Yeah.
only take like a minute. So,
Mike, you were saying something though.
Oh, I was saying that that the system is still. I wish that I had played this with you before attempting to run Band of Blades, and I've listened to a few different Band of Blades APs, and not that I did anything wrong, but I have a much better understanding of the system having played it, and think I'll do a better job game mastering it next time. But
yeah, it's kind of a weird system until you've played it.
yeah, for sure.
It's cool. I like the. I do like the success system because it's like it from 1 to 6. Do you make it or not? And it's.
Yeah, and
I don't quite understand how crits work. Still, I guess that's just if you have like
Well,
2 dice, you roll 2 6s. You
the crits. You'll start seeing how the crits work if we have more clocks. I didn't.
gotcha.
I didn't do a lot of clock. Usually, I have multiple clocks running that are like kind of counter running, and one clock can affect another.
Yeah,
I
like
did
in a usual session, Chad would have had 1 clock for the people we were fighting, 1 clock for the heat, and like the attention of more people coming, and we could be doing things to lower that clock back down,
Yeah.
and so we would have multiple clocks going, doing different things.
Balancing each other out.
And things like a crit would be potentially, instead of filling up 1 slice, you fill up 2 slices.
I
Yeah.
gotcha.
And then you do a crit. You do a crit with a fine weapon. That's 3 slices,
Yep.
sort of thing. And the reason I didn't do a whole lot of clocks in this one is because this is technically, we are still on the same score, right? Not rules wise, because we did a downtime and stuff, because I wanted you guys to see how that all worked. But I wanted to pop. I wanted to pop and go more. I also knew that, we were starting a little late, and I knew that I was on a timer because I knew by 11 o'clock that my steam engine here is going to be like running out, and I'm not going to be able to like kind of focus and stuff. I also wanted to get, you can run a lot more clocks when there is more stuff that you guys want, right? Stuff that's important to you. It's not that I don't have that information. It's that we did the session 0 after the session 1, and this is an extension of session 1. So now that I have what you guys want and stuff, I can more tailor the game to you, and then I can do clocks with stuff that you guys care about. And
I thought this was great. I didn't play in the first part, but there was a lot of unfortunate events happening at the exact same time as we were in a place that we were supposed to be sneaky, and that was perfect. That's kind of what we asked for at the beginning, right? We wanted that's like a comical, like we're coming in the back door, somebody's coming in the front door kind of crap, and there's already somebody in the upstairs doing something, and none of us are, we're all oblivious to each other until we're not, and it was cool. Yeah, I liked that a lot.
And I do like how I like the idea of a rival crew out there too, and I've wanted to float them out there because I don't have the rollers really fleshed out in my mind. But this session helped. But it is a risk putting them out there because you guys could have slaughtered them. You guys could have killed them.
Yeah, I 100% plan on murdering each one of them.
So now they're not dead, and I have a better handle on who and what they are. And you guys fucking hate them.
Yeah,
You just hate them so much, and it's great.
That's because they're 100% lame.
Yeah.
they stabbed my baby brother. They're fucking dead.
Well, the way I kind of saw it is that you got like one super incompetent. You have two really incompetent guys. You have one semi-competent person. At least they're well skilled, and then their leader is somewhat competent. So
basically, they're foils for all of us.
At first I was like trying not to go that route, but it's so easy.
Because Chad has done that in previous games where like in a D&D game or it was a Pathfinder game, we ran into an adventuring group that was literally the opposite of each one of us, the same classes even. Like
That's fun.
if I remember, he even checked our character sheets and made them the same stats.
Yeah, I think I remember that. I think like you got into combat with them, and I just said, "Well, okay, what's their armor class?" Well, here, hand me your sheet. Oh, it's this that you happen to have.
So how do we do the XP? So I've already marked for the two stats that I rolled something in.
Okay, so on your character sheet,
Yeah.
there's a section that says earning XP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Every time you roll a Desperate, you already did those.
Yep.
Now we're at the end of the session. For each item below,
You guys keep going. I'll be right back.
mark 1 XP or 2 XP if it occurred multiple times. So, how many times did you address a challenge with violence or coercion?
Twice. Well, I did one coercion, 2 violence.
Yep.
Yeah.
2 for you. So I did 1 violence. Do you think the yelling at the guy to open the fucking door would be
I think
coercion?
It's coercion.
I think
Yeah,
so.
you rolled command for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So that would be 2 for me for that as well. Express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
See, that's the one that's kind of like my heritage is the Dagger Isles.
Yeah. So I think for me, I expressed my background, all of that with the whole freaking out about the magic stuff. He got distracted and didn't even pay attention to what they were being told to do.
All right.
So that was my example of it. I only did that really like the once.
I don't. I feel like it's because my beliefs is to protect the two of you, or at least be a protection for the two of you. But I feel like that's cheap because I feel like that's gonna come up every time we ever get into a fight, and that seems like a cheap way to just earn XP. Or is that
Okay,
meant
that's kind
to
of the
do that?
point.
Well, I didn't know. So that would
That'd be one of your drives.
Okay. So I'll mark.
Yep.
I'll mark one for that.
Right, because I mean, the most you're going to get out of any one of those is going to be 2, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, by my calculation, I would have earned last time I marked 2. This time I marked 3. You know, did you address something with technical skill or mayhem? I think technical skill more than once.
Yeah. And
And
once you
then-
get a trauma, then you can start farming the trauma too.
Oh, right. That's the other cool thing too. But as far as my background, I mean, my academic background came up, but it was really only important one time.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking
each-
3 for me.
Yeah,
Total.
each thing can only earn 2 XP, right? It's only out of those 3 things, each is only maxed at 2.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm thinking 3 for me.
And
Because
that sounds
didn't-
about right.
I didn't do anything for vice or traumas.
Yep.
I wasn't in an underground fight, so
Yeah,
Like,
same here. Nothing of that came up.
I've-
Once you actually have a trauma, like I said, it is so easy to farm trauma for XP.
yeah.
Yeah, honestly, Mike was saying that it's like, oh, if I get one more, I get a trauma. And like, honestly, throughout the course of a game, everyone is going to want to get at least one trauma because that's how you really power your character through levels and stuff.
But there are downsides, so you don't want too many.
Yeah, you can get 2 trauma, and that's doable. Anything past 2 trauma, and then it's like danger time. But that's the point of the game. The whole game, everything is based around risk and reward. So the more you push your character, the more risky things you do, the more swashbuckling, crazy stuff, desperate, rogue stuff you do, the more XP you get. Or you can play it safe. You can totally not make any risky rolls. You can carefully not get trauma. You can very easily conserve your stress, and your character will be fine. It just really won't advance very much. But then do you really need to? Because you're never taking any risks.
Right.
Right.
All right. Where did you say Dan had the crew sheet at?
It's on the Discord.
Oh yeah, don't we earn something for the crew, or do we do that when we return this in?
I think
It is easier to do that the next session than it is to do regular XP because you
Right.
forget what you did.
Right.
Right.
But it
Yeah.
still is.
and the
It
crew
doesn't
thing
take
is
much.
about it's about earning rep to get turf, and yeah.
So we're gonna do the group stuff, and then like stress and all that stuff. We'll do that next time. The downtime.
We can do the downtime stuff now. Let's see here. Well, no, because the downtime stuff is also part of crew advance. No, we could do. Yeah, let's do the downtime now.
Okay.
Because that does not necessarily have to do with the crew advancement. All right, so that's on rules reference 2 on the cheat sheet thing if you're looking at. But basically, you get the payoff. You earn 2 rep per score by default. If the target, okay, so we'll do the rep thing next week. You also earn coin based on the nature of the opponent. So you guys earn 3 coin. Because, well, let's do the heat.
That's on an individual character or a group.
No, that's the group.
Okay.
Jack earned 1 coin for himself. After the score conflict with an opponent, the crew takes heat. Add +1 for a high profile. We said we're not doing that. +1 if the situation happened on hostile turf, or if you're warned. So no. 2 heat if killing was involved. Did anyone die?
No.
You did not kill anyone. You got 0 heat, which is exactly what Lard asked for. Which means you get the promised 3 coins.
So the party has 1 heat, but now a total of 5 coin.
Yep. But you can only do you have vault? You do have a vault.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can
that's the
actually
first thing we
store all
took.
that. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So so that's heat, and then now we have the entanglements. What is your total heat? Do you have any heat from the last one?
We have 1 total heat.
Okay, so you are still at the roll dice equal to your wanted level, and read the result for the heat. Your wanted level is nothing right now, if I remember right. So I think you always roll 1 for wanted level. So yeah, someone roll 1 die.
6.
Cooperation. What is cooperation? A +3 status faction asks you for a favor.
Hey.
Agree to do it or forfeit 1 rep per tier of the friendly faction or lose 1 status with them. If you don't have a +3 faction status, you avoid. I'm going to go with the second part. If you don't have a +3 faction status, which you guys don't, you avoid entanglements right now. So the faction thing and the faction status is an entire giant mini game that I kind of put akin to doing your taxes.
Yeah, I remember you talking about it last time. It seems pretty convoluted.
Yeah, someone could probably make an Excel spreadsheet with like pivot tables and stuff on it that would do it, and that is like of zero interest to me. I honestly think the faction minigame is the worst part of Blades in the Dark.
Yeah.
I don't think it's very well thought out. It is a lot of number crunching, and it is not useless. You can just decide. So I'm going to say, yeah, cooperation. The red sashes. asked you for some help on stuff. You helped them. It's cool. Maybe somebody else thought about intimidating you, and the Red Sash are like, no. And so, yeah, you just don't have any entanglements. You
Which
did
is good.
When you're downtime is when you're at liberty between scores and find some respite from your perils. You may pursue 2 downtime activities from the list below. All right, this is how you guys clear stress. You also recover all of your armor uses, Uncle Treacle.
Yay.
During your downtime, you may perform additional activities by spending 1 coin or 1 rep. Remember, rep is global. That's the cruise rep. For any downtime roll, add plus 1d to the roll if you get help from a friend or contact. That's basically saying your friend or contact. It's basically you tell me, oh, hey, I've got this contact on my sheet who's helping me in this way. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then that gives you an extra dice. After the roll, you may increase the result level by 1 for each coin spent, because there's healing and stuff here, so you can spend extra coin to do the healing. Hiring assistance, paying a bribe, etc. So a result 1 through 3 can become a 4 and a 5, and a 4 and a 5 can become a 6. 6 can be critical. Anyway, you can acquire an asset, do a long-term project. You can recover. That's a healing thing. Mike, you have a healing clock. That's that 4 slice thing. Reduce heat. You guys do have 1 heat. You can train. Mark 1 XP for the attribute or your playbook. 1 XP plus 1 XP if you have the appropriate crew training upgrade, which I believe you guys do. Well, you have.
We have the prowess one.
Yeah.
So it would be plus 2 XP instead of 1 for prowess.
Right. Did anybody get any? Well, and you have to train. And you can indulge your vice. That's the reduced stress. So we'll do the easy one first. Who wants to reduce stress?
I do.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. So visit your purveyor of vice. Roll a dice equal to your lowest attribute. That's the up and down one. Clear stress equal to your highest die result. If you clear more stress levels than you have marked, you overindulge, and we'll get to that. If you do not or cannot indulge your vice during downtime, you take stress equal to your trauma. That's another thing about trauma, is that indulging vice becomes almost non-optional. So, okay. So
I'm going to risk overindulging because I only have 3 stress.
Yeah.
So I have a 50-50 chance of overindulging. And I overindulged by 1.
Yay. Overindulge. You make a bad call because of your vice. In acquiring it or while under the influence, what do? Do you attract trouble? Do you brag about what you did? Do you become lost, play a different character? Or do you tap? Does your current purveyor of vice basically cut you off? And you got to find a new source for a vice, which would be a short project.
Let's do attract trouble.
Okay. Select or roll an additional engagement.
All right.
So roll a d6.
4.
Rivals or unquiet dead. You want to do rivals?
Yeah.
How about... Okay, a neutral faction throws their weight around. They threaten you, a friend or contact, one of your vice purveyors. Forfeit 1 rep or 1 coin per tier of the rival, or stand up to them and lose 1 status with them. Well, we're not playing the status game. Basically, what happened, Wayne, is that the rollers are looking for some payback. And they trashed your brothel. Not while you were there. After they followed you around, found your favorite whorehouse, went in, tried to collect some protection money, and just basically tossed the place and beat up some of the girls.
Oh, they're going to pay for that.
That's so petty.
So
You petty bastards.
So I am going to use my one coin that I got personally.
Yeah.
I am investing it into the brothel that they did that on.
Okay.
To basically that one coin worth is to fix things up, and
You forfeit 1 rep or 1 coin per tier of the rival, which is 1,
Oh, Jack.
and you stand up to him. And so, yeah, basically you're like, this is my fault. I'm sorry.
These bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks, Jack. Come on.
And, yeah. Okay, what about Uncle
now I need to
Treacle?
go find them because now they owe me money.
Right.
Yeah.
Beat it out of him. Uncle
right.
Treacle is going to indulge his vice, so he goes on a fine dining bender,
It's your lowest attribute.
right?
That's
Which is
the
going to
number
be
of dice.
so it's going to be 1 dice.
Okay, and it's the highest number.
6.
But of
2,
course it's a
3,
six.
4, 5. That's all my stress.
Do you go over?
No, I had exactly 6.
Yeah, exactly 6. Awesome.
Yep.
Great.
Um,
I'm fucking thrilled that you rolled another 6.
and then for the second downtime thing, I think I will train.
Okay.
Chet, for my second downtime one, I'm going to start a long-term project.
Mhm.
So I need to know how many slots you'll think this one would take. I want to find the roller's base.
Oh.
I'm looking for where do these guys operate out of?
Let's do a 5 pie slice.
Hey, Chad, instead of training, can I reduce the group's heat? Because we had 1 heat, right?
We have 1 heat.
You do.
Yep.
Yep.
Then I'll be the one reducing the heat because I was. I'll say it was my fault for flashing the fire at what's her name.
Okay.
So it's I roll a d6 and that
Yep.
1 through 3 is 1 heat. So basically anything I roll is gonna because it's only 1 heat, right?
Yep.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, it's gone.
Okay, cool.
So roll a trait. Finding them is going to
you
be.
roll an. I mean, that's fine that it's gone because it's easy. You roll an action. So basically, you say like, "Well, I'm going to use command, and I'm going to go."
Oh,
I'm going to
okay.
So you can roll multiple.
Reduce according to the result. Oh, okay. So I'm doing an action. So I'm going around and I'm consorting.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just working the context and stuff. And yeah.
Yeah.
You
So I got it.
Yep.
I didn't get a 6 for my long-term project. I got a 5.
No.
Hey.
Yeah,
That's
slacking.
what Chad likes to hear.
That's right. So you got a 5. So that's 2 slices.
Yep.
Alexander, you gonna clear some stress?
So yeah, now you said we use the columns, not rows, right?
Yep. And you use the
All right, so-
lowest one you have.
So that would be I don't have anything in resolve yet.
You
So
use that
that's-
one.
So I use 2d dice, 2d6, and I keep the lowest.
Yeah. Because this
All right.
represents the worst aspect of you. This is literally a vice. This is a bad thing in your life that you are weak about.
All right. So I got a 3. So I have way more than 3 stress. I have 6 stress. So that'll leave me with 3, which is good. And then the
Yeah.
other thing I would like to do is heal, if I may.
Yeah. Okay. So
That one's always been really confusing.
yeah. Let's see here.
Recover. Get treatment to take your healing clock. Take like a long-term project. When you fill a clock, each harm is reduced by 1 level. It doesn't say what to roll, which made me think it.
Get treatment. Yeah, because what you do is you're not a physiker yourself. So you have to hire one. And then when you hire one, it is at the tier of the group. So since you're at tier 1 group, that is 1 die that gets rolled.
Got it.
And then you can put 1 coin or 1 rep to give them an additional die. Unless you have a contact that is a physiker.
I don't.
Okay. Or you actually have a leech who has the physiker special ability.
Right, which
you don't.
we don't. Yeah. All right. So I get 1 die. I rolled a 6.
This is that recover healing clock. Oh, because it's like a long-term project. A 6 is 3 pie slices.
Oh, nice.
If you want to spend a coin, like convince these guys to spend a coin, basically you hire a little bit better of a doctor instead of like somebody with a coat hanger, and you
Jesus.
it goes up 1 die.
Oh, I don't know.
After the roll, you may increase the result level by 1 for each coin by hiring assistants, paying a bribe. So 1 through 3 becomes a 4 and a 5. A 4 and a 5 becomes a 6, and a 6 becomes a critical. So you rolled a what? A 5?
I rolled a 6.
Oh, you rolled a 6? Oh, yeah, then it's 3. And then if you pay a coin, it becomes a critical. So then that would fill the whole thing up.
I don't know. I don't feel right taking the party's coin for the 1 pie slice.
Well, I mean, if they're cool with it, I mean, that is what it's there for.
It's only 1 coin, right? And we've got,
Yeah.
what, 5?
Yeah.
We do have 5.
It's up to you guys. I mean, like I said, it
What else do we spend coin on?
All right, so this is Eric thinks you should do it. Uncle Treacle's going to give you 10 kinds of hell for spending the money. It's like, what? You got to get the best doctor in the whole city?
Yeah, I don't care if you do it.
You're like, it went
It was a scratch.
I don't care if you do it, but what else do we spend that on?
The looks on your guys' faces when I got stabbed are the opposite now of when I spent the money. I don't understand.
that's
the money was important, but I don't know. I'm confused.
That's the
I think you
difference.
should use it because otherwise you're going to have less effect, which means you basically have to crit to do anything.
I would think in game
until you're done healing.
I would think in game Jack and Reggie probably pushed you to get a better doctor.
Yeah.
And Uncle Treacle's the one that's like, guys, spend that
Son
fucking
of a
money.
bitch. All right, well, I'm going to spend the coin then, so I am fully healed.
They have to get the money for Uncle Treacle. He's like got this old man claw hand. It's like, okay, here. No, you have to let
Actually,
it go.
the way things went
Yeah.
down, I think Uncle Treacle wants to give the money, but he can't let us know that he wants to give the money.
It's gotta be hard.
So he's got to do
Tough
the act.
love.
All right, Mike, what's your second action?
Oh, so I relieved stress and I healed.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Reggie, what are you doing?
I'm gonna fight some motherfuckers in an underground boxing match to relieve stress.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, like you do.
Yeah, I'm doing that because I wasn't able to kill any of the rollers, and I have to take the stress out on somebody.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck these dudes up. And I rolled a 3, and I have 3 stress.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Now, so I have 2 actions I can do.
Yes.
What
you
else can I
buy
do?
More actions too. So what you can do work. Why is this not? Hold on.
Yeah,
There
I
we
think long-term
Um,
projects are harder for characters like us than they are for someone like, Alex.
Right, because he has like things he can build and do stuff with. And,
But I found one for me.
Yeah.
I'm hunting down their base.
Maybe you want to open up a gym.
oh, hey, I could do that.
So
Yep.
in the past, what characters have done who felt like they don't have a thing, right? Like Alex can build stuff and that sort of thing, is they've started businesses. Like you start a project to create a business. Could be legal, it could be illegal, and then you do small, short project clocks after that to get money. So when you fill up the short project clock, you get X amount of coin for you personally. And when you start generating that, then you start you can start spending it like, well, okay, I want 3 downtime actions, or it's like, well, I'm not going to take the money to I'm not going to take group money to heal myself. I'm going to hire a better doctor. I'm going to pay these bribes, or I'm going to hire this crew, and they're my crew, and I'm going to pay it. some of the people who started businesses actually were making a lot, almost more money than they were from doing scores and stuff.
Yeah, I was one of them.
Yeah, coin is very valuable because somebody asked, like, well, what can you do with coin? Everything. Everything you guys are doing, you can do with coin. You can reduce heat. You could do projects. You could do recovery. Yeah, coin is everything. During scores and such, it's like, okay, there's a blue coat, and I'm not a talking guy. I'm a punching guy, but I can't kill this guy. I want to bribe him with a coin. I would probably not even really make you roll because a coin is a lot.
Right.
Brendan, are you open for a suggestion?
Yeah.
So, I was half kidding about the gym thing, but then as I sit
Not
here
a bad
thinking,
idea.
you open up because here's the thing. Yeah, you open up a gym and you're working with teenagers and you're working with getting like fighting stuff like that.
Get them
and
as crew, right?
And then as you progress,
Yeah.
you can like recruit them towards the gang.
Yeah. No, that's kind of the once you said gym, that's kind of the idea I had. So yeah, like great minds.
I think that's called grooming.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, why don't you? So, do you plan on having this be a business to where you can do a project clock to make money off of it, or do you plan on having this be something to where
I'll be back.
you can
It's a
just do
resource.
like the grooming for crew members and stuff, or do you want it to do both? Like it's like you can say, okay, well, this time I want to do a money clock, but next time I want to do a
You know what? I kind of like the idea that it's both. Because like I said, it basically would be me starting it to kind of teach younger kids how to fight for themselves and like defend themselves, and eventually like, hey, I can help you earn money or something like that. Because I mean, it sounds like being a gangster is like the only thing that really earns you anything, right?
Yeah.
And then I could also just teach the normal Joe Blow that rolls in too, and that would be the money.
And you're talking like a boxing gym too?
Yeah.
Where it's like weights and stuff, but then boxer. Yeah, okay. No.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's a 6-slice clock. So
Okay.
basically on the back of your character, note it down somewhere that basically you have to fill in 6 pie slices. So,
So like these, I can just use these.
yes, you can.
Okay.
And then you don't, to establish the clock is not an action. So you can roll on that right now. So you roll a trait, and the traits are the columns. They're the up and down.
Okay. So, I mean, it only makes sense for me to roll prowess, right?
Or skirmish, or
Oh, I can actually use the.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry,
It's
you're right. Prowess, yeah, the up and down.
It's 3 either way. So
Yeah,
okay.
six.
I rolled 2 6s,
Of course you did. Yeah.
and I got 1 point. 2. The 2.
Excellent.
Are you fucking kidding me? If that was a 6, I would have like bought a lottery ticket. There's no fucking way.
So what did you roll? Did you
14, 2 6s and a 2.
2 6s and a 2? So it's a crit, which is 5 slices.
So next downtime, you'll have your gym.
Yeah.
Hey.
Or if you want to spend a coin, you can take another action.
Oh,
And then
I don't know. I was fine with him using it for that, but I mean, I guess this earns coin. Are you guys cool with that?
Well, I would say,
I mean, this earns coin from me though.
from
Right.
yeah.
That seems.
From a story perspective,
selfish.
I would say, I mean, you do whatever you want. I would.
I
say
want to
don't
do it on my
because-
own. I'm
Yeah.
not going to use the group's coin. I'm doing it on my own. This
And
is my own thing.
Going on my own steam.
Yeah.
and it takes time to do it. Basically, you're doing this. You're using the rules to turbo accelerate the thing, which from a story perspective can make sense too, because it's just like, okay, well, we took our earnings and now we're
That was kind of what I talked about in session 02. Like I planned on having something like that. That was my own.
Yeah, it's really cool to be able to get it all in one, but then you have to come up with a new project next time.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the cool thing about the businesses too, is that, thinking up a new gadget, a new toy, a new ritual, a new spell, a new weird thing is a pain in the ass every time. But if you have a business going, you could just say, well, I don't really know what I want, so let's just do a project clock to earn another coin. I just work the business. There's also when you guys get businesses, it gives me opportunity to do devil's bargain and to do interesting entanglements, because then I can start threatening your businesses.
Right.
You get a rivalry. Instead of kicking down the door of a brothel, they kick in the door of your gym, which makes it personal. Now there's going to be cost to it and stuff and consequence. But
they fuck with my gym, I kill their whole families.
Well, see, exactly. And
Fucking laugh track.
That's honestly, that's my move right now. Find where they're at, then find where they're at, tell you where they're at, and then we scorch.
Yes, we bash bros the shit out of all of them. We both do not to be trifled with, and we just fuck them all up.
Well, gentlemen, with that, I think I'm going to go and pass out.
Let's
You guys
let's do an
Is there a soundboard for?
So there is.
Perfect.
You want to do a sign out for the listeners?
Yep. Fuck you. I don't know. I'm going to bed.
Good night, everybody.
Fuck you. Good night.
Fuck 'em.